Jó reggelt kívánok, kedves!
Good morning, dear colleagues. Welcome everybody at the day-to-day of 2026. And right at the beginning, I'd like to invite Mr. László Komáromi, Dean, to open our event. Ladies and gentlemen, dear speakers, dear guests, I warmly welcome all of you to at the Faculty of Law and Political Sciences of Pázmány Péter Catholic University on our third day today. This is a conference and forum, and this year again it is hosted by Pázmány Péter Catholic University. And I'd like to express my happiness that so many of you accepted our invitation, and some people attend this event for the third time this year. And I warmly welcome you and thank you for coming again. It is not by coincidence that this event is organized by the Catholic University. It has several reasons. On the one hand, it is because every Catholic university is a place for dialogue, as it is included in the mission of all Catholic universities, and it is also a requirement for all Catholic universities. We run a dialogue at our university between cultures. We run a dialogue between the university and society, and there is a dialogue running between the representatives of the different disciplines. Today, we have data managers, data users, lawyers, IT and corporate experts and officers in the room today who are specialized in this fast-changing area, in this fast-changing field, and they shape this field with their daily work. And for this reason, the day-to-day is not only a conference, but also a forum. It is a forum where, in addition to the presentations, we have Q&A sessions, we have discussions and debates, and participants share their experience at this forum. I sometimes consider or view such events as further training events, because this is a very personal forum where this direct relationship makes learning even more efficient. This event is organized by our university because we have a human-centered approach. And what we discuss today is not only technology or legal issues. These are all related, very closely related to people, because the data economy can help people, but it can also destroy people. And this is a very important problem that is also a duty for Catholic universities to deal with. We focus on local and decentralized data management today. We hope that this approach can bring us closer to a human-centered approach. And on the third, for Catholic University, we have very disciplined ethic principles at university, and data management has much to do with ethical dilemmas, responsibilities, and we have to identify and resolve ethical dilemmas. Data processing is closely related to the issues of trust, confidence, human dignity, and public law. Thank you for participating in this mission, joining this mission. I want to thank the speakers contributing to our knowledge and improving our knowledge, and then thank you all for your active participation that will make today's event a real forum. I hope you all very fruitful and useful conference today, inspiring discussions and useful discussions. And I hereby open the third day today. thank you for your opening remarks. And let me also warmly welcome all participants, all colleagues, and all speakers to today's events. I'm Balázs Gerencsér. I'm one of the co-hosts of today's forum. As director of Ereki István Research Institute, I welcome you because we are one of the organizers of this event at the Catholic University. We are a major research center. We have over 30 research staff. We focus on current legal issues and current challenges. We organize international conferences, legal forums, and we have lots of research projects, and they all want to enable public law to provide responses to data processing and government operations now and in the future. The day-to-day has a very special place in this mission. It is a flagship of our activities at the Research Center. This is a conference and a forum at the same time. As my colleague already told you, it provides in-depth discussions and a forum for dialogue. For us, this is a very conscious approach because we think that data processing and data usage and digitization and its government-related issues have to be a subject of dialogue. Today is also a special day because it's December. We will have the 150th anniversary of the birth of István Ereki, who is the name giver. He was a major public thinker in the 19th century, and he focused on local government subsidiarity, decentralization, and the importance of local communities. And these issues are also are very topical today in the world of data, networking, and digital systems. This anniversary will be celebrated by a series of events, and the opening of event of this series is today's day-to-day. In November, we will organize a major conference on the subject of decentralization and subsidiarity. And if you are interested in the details, please visit our website and our social media presence. Now, the E-Privacy Institute, a 20-year-old organization, is a major partner of today's events. They provide lots of energy and dedication to our efforts. It is a grassroots initiative contributing. I'd like to thank Magyari associations for their close cooperation and thinking together with us. Today's day-to-day will have several innovations compared to last year. In the future, we will have thematic conferences to provide more in-depth and more informative content to our participants. Today, we will focus on local data processes. It is closely related to decentralization, local communities, and the principle of subsidiarity. The structure of the conference will reflect this dynamic. We will have two keynote presentations right at the beginning, and I will be followed immediately by roundtable discussions. These keynotes will be keynotes in the strict sense of the word. They will place the data processing in our world. The first keynote will be about the challenges of data and information management with 1,000 years of tradition, while the second keynote will provide a perspective on data management from a large enterprise perspective. The abstracts of this presentation are available on our website. And last but not least, we are very pleased to provide you a musical event and a lunch break We will have musicians with us in the lunch break, playing an antique suite. It will be Baroque and classical forms, and it will be combined by a modern jazz style, which is very close to our spirit, which is based on the combination of tradition and modernity. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and I wish and I thank all the speakers for coming and sharing their thought with us. I wish you a fruitful conference, inspiring discussions, and good networking for today's event. Thank you for your attention. And I'd like to invite our first speaker, Dr. Andros Lakaton, who is the head of the archives of the Archdiocese of Kalocsa. Ladies and gentlemen, I came from a borderline area to the university. I came from an ecclesiastical archives, and I will highlight our principles and approach to data and information management. What an ecclesiastical archive has to do with this subject. Data management is a modern science which is focused mostly on data generated today. The archives provide the context of the past and the future to this. Because data management has a long history, but we shouldn't forget the future, because these data have a historical value as historical sources, and our future will become our past in a few years' time, and we can think about data management and data processing also in this context. Just a few words about archives at the beginning. We are dealing with the documents, the written documents of the past, of the history. This is the major difference between archives and libraries. And we store these written documents, and we classify these documents, and we provide access to these documents. And classification is not a simple task for archives. Just think of a document. It is not a piece of literature as for libraries, where you have an author and when you have a title which provides you a good basis for classification. We have to consider many different aspects when we classify these written documents. For this reason, it is very important to disclose our sources. We have to provide descriptions and guidance to help people find the information they need. So the next important step of our activities is the disclosure, the exploration of this source. And then a third major task is to make these documents accessible. I call this process source disclosure. It gives the essence of our activities. We provide historical sources to today's man and give them access to these resources to find the information they need. I come from an ecclesiastical archives. What are ecclesiastical archives about? Ecclesiastical archivists have an association that was established in the early 1990s. It was right after the political changes, and this association provides us with a working group across the borders in the Carpathian basins. old churches, and Ecclesiastical archivists are members of this organization. You see two maps on the slide. On the left-hand side, this is the structure of the Reformed Church. On the right-hand side, you see the structure of the Catholic Church. You see also areas abroad. This association covers about 50 different organizations from the different churches. And we are open public archives from a legal perspective. And we don't have any public administration duties. In the past, when churches used to have a major role in society, then we also had to provide certificates for the credibility and the authenticity of documents. But we no longer have this duty. There's 50 organizations, employ about 100 archivists. So we are very close ties and close working relationship. Every location has a team of several people, and we are usually located close to libraries, and we closely collaborate with them. This is a picture from one of our conferences to give you a personal view. We are about 10% of the total headcount, archivists headcount in Hungary. So we have about 10%. We are about 10% of all archivists at Hungary, but we have a vast store of old documents. After the political changes, there was a major generation shift in our profession. Before that, all these institutions were in a dormant state, and then we became a lot more active. In the early 90s, we had a lot of young people joining us. It was 30 years ago, so these people have aged by now. And we had a highly recognized profession, and we are very active at professional forums. And, well, I think it's high time I joined today's topic. I'm very pleased that I was invited to the third day today. If I have a look at my archives at home, I see that in our operation, local focus is very important. We serve local communities. We have the written documents of local communities. These local church bodies provide the documents to us, and you can search for our database on a location basis. This is how our databases are structured. And, well, religion is also a form of social behavior. And in Ecclesiastical archives are focused on local values, which is a very good point to join today's conference. These documents are tangible. These boxes that we managed are tangible. They have the names of villages and towns in it. Some of them are related to courts of justice. Others include correspondence with local churches. And they are all related to specific local communities. And I can put our archives and documents on a map. And I already told you that these documents are important resources, and this is the result of a major transformation. So we are in the process of transformation. At the beginning, the documents we received had a legal assurance, were for legal assurance. They served a legal assurance. So they were about, in the past, it was the major purpose of these written documents, but with time passing by, they became historical sources that provide information to researchers. And they are historical value has to be determined to identify the retention period. So we have to decide what to retain and it is a new kind of approach at the archives. We at archivists have to so researchers also have their associations, and they can attend their conferences. Then they provide interesting insight into our activities. Family researchers, for example, and the researchers of local communities and community history are as part of this transformation, public interest in archives has significantly increased. And we are contacted by hobby researchers and amateur people who are not researchers for about 30 years. They were interested in their family history, and they didn't know. Sometimes they studied Latin and German to be able to research their family history. Today, these hobby researchers are volunteers, are volunteer supporters, and they attend our events whenever a new database is introduced. For example, Ecclesiastical archives are very rich. As I've already mentioned, we store a large number of documents, and researchers trying to find information in these documents for the past 20 or 30 years. At in archives, the interest is just too high for us to be able to manage if we are. And this is where e-research comes into the picture.
So what we can do then is that masses could use these sources. So if we understand what the researchers need, and then we digitalize the relevant literature, then we do a job. So this research in our archives, this is how it all started. And obviously, there is a reason why Hungary was one of the first ones to start it. So now, these are public but private archives, and that enabled us to, for example, start paying services for researchers. Well, there were some issues about that, because usually archives always provide services free of charge, and it remains like that. However, we came to the conclusion that once these very important literature is given to people to their homes, I think it's a very different a way of servicing. Therefore, paying services, what we decided on. What we tried is to have make it relatively cheap. So let's say the subscription quarterly would be equal to buying a book. And to be honest, it really works. It seems to be a good approach, because a very sustainable project could be implemented as a result. Because if there are lots of researchers, then basically the scientists are producing also literature and sources for themselves. I'm saying that based on experience of many years. Of course, there are some kind of budget solutions in the case of smaller institutions. So here you can see that the relevant literature or relevant resource is just basically dragged to this picture. So this is how people work. And if it can work, and over the past 15 years it has been used, then I think it is very important to understand how people think that local levels are important. So often we want to access information basically with our local approach. And what is the result? And I tried to give you some charts. Actually, when I prepared it, it was quite interesting for me too. You can see some proportions here on the charts. I'm not going to read them all, but I think the charts, are quite telling. And I try to show you some of the figures here to give you a bit of an idea. Even in the first year, our volume increased by 600%. And during COVID, it was much higher jump. So it was a 1,000% increase. And actually, the difference is quite significant if we just look at the so-called research project, because if you have to travel, then that's always a limitation. So often people can't visit the archives enough. However, if you can access this information, this literature, from the comfort of your home, then of course you do more. And then you access the archives much more. So over the past 15 years, the volumes have increased online. So 99% of our visitors or scientists using the archives are doing now online. And there is another great thing, that the so-called non-stop online research is basically a reversed world. So when we are working, we can't see the scientists. Obviously, they are not there, physically present at the archives. And usually, when the archives physically are closed, that's when the scientists often enter the online world. So that was quite a strange experience. But what it resulted was that those who are, for example, actively working elsewhere, they have access to this information. And we are in the southern part of the country, so basically the Kalocsa counties. Anyway, so that's where we are located. And usually for Hungarian minorities living outside the Hungarian borders are very keen to get some information. However, obviously there are some limitations and it would be quite costly. But now Hungarians living outside now can access this information. So about every fourth of our visitor is from outside Hungary. Now, what we can see, that our homepage is called matricula.hu. There are 20 e-research church archives available, and over 7 million digitalized images can be researched, and there are joint platforms. And I think it's getting higher and higher in quality. So, of course, there are some typized data. So here you can see the Catholic Church, so you can see the coverage over the country. So here you can see it's mostly the western part of the country. In the eastern part, these kind of services from the Catholic Church seems not to be available that much. Now, let's just talk about the values and methodologies. So one is retention, so that we want to be responsible when organizing our resources, and not only kind of office approach should be considered, but also other values. It's very important the data never get lost. So now, when we want to explore resources, you really need to be humble. You really need to respect this literature, and it's very important. Otherwise, you might really go in the wrong direction. I mean, you are tempted to read everything. Of course, you would enjoy it, but you can't do it because then you can't really research the resource enough and classify it properly. It's not your job or our job to read all this wonderful resource, but rather the job of the scientists. We just need to make sure that we classify them. And the next value or principle is to do everything gradually. We shouldn't be too ambitious. To be honest, in the 1990s, we made this mistake. We wanted to have the database of church in Kalocha. We wanted to process everything. Of course, it is now useful, but it's more important to create accessible data. Maybe not so much of a high quality, but still, at least it's accessible. So, because if we don't do everything at once, then maybe we can provide access to the general public maybe 10 years earlier. And in the meantime, we can keep on processing what we have. And also today, it's also very important to make sure that we have external resources. Our institution has 2 or 3 colleagues only, and therefore cooperation with other institutions is so very important to have the right partners, because I think you can assume that we have about 2 million or 2.5 million images, and then, well, we had 1 or 2 colleagues at the time, then it's just too much. So I really desperately needed some support. I'm not going to talk about it too much, but these are so very important to really be realistic in regarding what you can do. And what is very important, that often there are kind of conflicts of interest or values every now and then. Because the GDPR, of course, is a huge achievement, and it's very important in our life. However, there are other values in the background that we really need to consider. And for example, some of the civil society represent them. And here I try to list some of the values that play a crucial role in our society. For example, family tree research is so very important now. People really want to know more about their history, their roots. However, because of the GDPR regulations over the past years, well, how do we interpret these past documents? So from when, from what time on, should we protect these private data? And so how can people access them? So over the past 10 or 20 or 30 years, what we can see that family tree researchers basically had to step back because now they have no access to things that they used to have access to, let's say 20 years ago. Archives really, of course, need to comply with the law to avoid fines, for example. That could be a subject of a separate presentation. But let me move on to another issue, sensitive data. So, for example, church affiliation is now a sensitive data. It used to be everywhere, not just on birth certificates, but everywhere. So either we read everything and we anonymize everything, we remove data, and then, of course, then we limit the sources. But when do we provide access to people of these documents? Because if people working in archives have to read through all of these documents, remove all of the sensitive data, then it would take decades. So people would not be able to access this data. So it's very important how we interpret these kind of terms. And if there is, let's say, an incident, how can we identify the responsible person when there is a violation of a law? We have had cases in the past. And our experience shows that those who committed these violations are often not punished. So now it seems that the institutions keeping these data are responsible, but often not the person who actually did that. So at this point, I'd like to thank for your attention.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük ezt a tényleg nagyon gondolat.
Thank you very much for this brilliant presentation. And let's just move on. I would like to pass the floor to Gergely Babos, the CEO of OTP, and he will provide a presentation on data management of larger corporations. Thank you very much. My presentation will be found soon, and then you can see them on the slides. Anyway, maybe one of the slides Andor mentioned could be actually brought back about GDPR. I could say so much about it as well. Now, to be honest, I'm a bit nervous and excited. Now, because I was thinking that last year I had a similar, very difficult feeling when I was delivering a similar presentation, that this whole building is just so magnificent, and it makes me in a way, nervous or excited, almost as if I was yet again a university student coming here to do some exams. I did not attend this university though, but the Budapest Technical University, and that was also a very beautiful, prestigious building as well. So that's what gives me this feeling. Since 2001, I have been dealing with data. Actually, it all happened accidentally. I wasn't aware that this data industry, what it is about. Back then, it wasn't that strong yet, and maybe even the term data industry didn't really wasn't really there. And but I did start in 2001, and what I can say in relation to data, I've done almost everything. I was an engineer, I did advisory services, I did team leading, and now in the OTP bank, I'm involved in digital transformation. And obviously within that data transformation, there is one thing only I've never done. I've never taken the other side, namely the legislator side. So I've never written pieces of legislation how to do it. Maybe one day I will. Now, the data management department is what I have been leading for 8 years now within the bank. And now our task is to make sure that a bank that is undergoing digital transformation, it needs to be supported from the data management point of view. And obviously data is a very important element of the entire digital transformation. Maybe OTP Bank needs no introduction to you all, at least not in details, but let me just share some data with you. I mean, this is a data day, so maybe I should share some data with you. So we are present in 11 countries. And we have about 17 million clients in 11 countries and about 40,000 employees. Now, OTP Bank is one of the most stable bank, and also very, very strong in terms of the capital. And maybe also it's important to also mention that similarly to any other bank or bank groups, we must make decisions which direction we want to go in the future. And OTP Bank is a very much of an expensive bank, so this is the direction we decided to take. So what we are always trying to do is to try to find new target groups and expand our activities. And now I'm asking you if you managed to find my slides. It seems that no, then I'll just deliver a free speech presentation. So I sent it to Yuri at the beginning of the week. No problem. Maybe at the end, by the time you find it, I will just flick through my presentation then. So now, when we try to think about a bank, there are two images that always comes to my mind. For example, back then when I was a child, I used to love Western films. Now, unfortunately, I don't have time for it. Just last night, I've heard that it is a problem, but I promise I will try to rectify this. But anyway, in Western films, there is always a bank in a dirty little village, and usually someone enters the bank and robs it right away. That's what the film is all about normally. And usually at the counter there is a man in shirt, and behind him you can see a safe, and the robber just takes it all. So this is the first image. The second image in relation to bank is going all the way back to my student times. And in one of the books, when we tried to learn about economics a bit, I remember an image of a gentleman. He had quite a large belly, and he had a cigar, and he was counting monies, and that was supposed to be a banker. I don't know if you've seen this picture. Now, obviously, banks do not look like that anymore, and bankers. So if the president goes down to the basement, it's usually not huge amounts of money that he would find, but servers. But even less now, even not too many servers. So the real asset of banks nowadays is not expressed in money. Obviously, we also have our own capital. However, what is our real value is the IT environment and the data. And unfortunately, servers are not located in the basement of the banks anymore, or tend not to, but they are up in the cloud. So it's a bit more difficult to see it in a tangible manner what the real asset of a bank is. So OTP Bank, similarly to any other bank or most of the banks, is basically an IT company nowadays. So, but obviously it is an IT company that is working in a very strictly regulated environment. So it makes things a bit more difficult, but it is still, so to say, an IT company. So OTP Bank, therefore, obviously has a digital strategy as well, and it was expressed in a relatively simple way. So we identified 3 areas, focus areas we want to concentrate on. Oh, thank you. My presentation seems to be back. I've talked about this. Now, here, that's where we are. So there are 3 areas we want to focus in relation to digitalization. the renewal or core banking systems. It's necessary because the OTP Bank is very proud of being the first one in Hungary to introduce IT solutions for accounts. So obviously that was at the end of the 90s, so it needs to modernize. But we do it all in the cloud. And the reason being is that tools that can really make a system modern can only be found in clouds. And as we are a bank group, clouds are important. And also, because we deal with data, we do need a data strategy. So we have a very solid data strategy. Now, why do we need to deal with data so much? We keep talking about the importance of data. We say that data is the new oil. But why is it so important to deal with this issue? Maybe if I just give you a personal example that will make you see why data is so important. My mother, I'm not telling you how old she is, but she's already retired, let me say this much. But obviously, she is in a very good physical and mental state, and she loves going to the market. There is a market nearby called Fane Street Market. I remember well when I was a child, I always had to join her every single Saturday. I hated it, but she loves it. Everyone knows her. She chats with them. Probably all the sellers know everything there is to know about her grandchildren and herself. However, I never go to the market because I remain in the position of hating it. So I usually just buy my stuff online. And of course, I have very good targeted advertisement coming my way, what to buy. So obviously, my behavior is very different. So I'm Generation X. So obviously, there are many, many younger people than me. And of course, they behave and function very differently. They really do everything online. Now, and as I normally tend to say, that I have been a young person for a long time now. And over the time, there has been an increasing number of people or generations who do not do anything physically. So they don't enter a physical bank or a shop to take care of their matters. So the information that a salesperson or an office clerk is obtains about the client now can only be obtained online. So the only contact with some of our clients is only online. And based on that, we need to understand their life situation, their preferences, what they need. So how we collect data, how we store it, how we use it is therefore key. So that is the reason why we need to deal with data. And therefore, in the case of digital transformation, data management is of key importance. Now, it is quite interesting what has been going on over the past 20 years. It has happened in the past over the years all over the world, where basically a byproduct becomes the main product. So in the case of data, what is happening is that we've always needed data for maintaining the various systems. We always store them, and based on the client transactions, we did our bookings, and we had maybe a bank statement, and that's it. Now, but of course, data is now used in a much wider ways. We look at the consumption patterns, the behaviors, where the money is spent, and so on. So we have so much more data available, and the usage is so much more diverse than what we originally used them for. And because of the time management, I'm not going to get into details, but one of my favorite examples for that is the byproducts of cheese. So there is a particular byproduct, basically milk acid, and it was considered as a dangerous byproduct. But now they are used for nutrition, basically supplements. So an entire industry is now built on something that was considered as a unnecessary or even dangerous byproduct in the past. I will share another interesting example for this because I love the story. This 3M company that used to produce glues, and they had some experiments with their glues, and they invented absolutely accidentally a glue that could detach things easier, but then it could be reused over and over again. And they didn't know what to use it for. And another colleague who worked there used to sing in a church choir. And the bookmark from the music sheet kept falling out. And then she came to this idea, wouldn't it be great if I just always just stick my bookmark in there, and then I would always just remove it again. And this is how Post-it was invented. And they realized that there is a market for it. So all these examples demonstrate a similar nature to data. Data needs to become a product, but it's not a simple process how to transform data into a product. There are, of course, a lot of technological solutions for it, how we can make sure that data can be used as a product and the end users can use it as such. But this is not a technological task, so to say. There have been lots of analysis on this matter, so that digitalization projects do fail, or at least to some extent, and the research goes into the volume of it. And people don't realize that you need to change your attitude. They always consider this as a technological challenge. IT experts usually are quite fast at learning new technologies and then using them, and they often do, of course. But then when the companies do that, they don't understand why it doesn't trigger change. The reason is that they did not actually introduce a change in their attitude. So what sort of changes do we need? A company or an organization must realize that it is not about the IT systems, but rather the process needs to involve every single person in the organization, and they have to have ownership. And that's the approach they need. So, for example, when, an organization wants to introduce a new function, let's say in a banking system, what they need to consider is the data generated in that function, where in that system, where it could be used, and how they can generate this data in such a way that it is usable in a completely different function. So anyone who is coming up with this whole idea, new function, they have to have that in the back of their mind. So this is such a different attitude or approach. Another very important issue is automatization. Everything that is possible needs to be automatized, because obviously if we do too much manual work, that slows the process down, and the data cannot get to the right place fast enough. And unfortunately, we live in a world where we have no time to just wait for the data at the end of the month or day or even in an hour, because now we live in a world when every data needs to be available in real time. Now, what is a modern data platform and what do we expect from it? Let me just give you an example. Again, a personal one. There is a restaurant that my family really, really likes. And one of the reasons why we like this restaurant, it's in Eisenstadt. and it's actually not a very popular or famous one, but still we love it. Partly due to the fact because my daughter was about 5 when she said she loves steak and bloody. And both myself and especially my wife was absolutely upset, thinking, oh my God, my 5-year-old daughter loves steak so much. But we took her to this restaurant and they serve beautiful steak. But that's not the only reason why we love it, but also on their menu, they always identify the origin of every single ingredient. And they even have a link, and you click on this link, and then you can see how these ingredients were produced. So it's very important that the entire process from farm to fork, so to say, should be transparent, and that the guests can have the feeling that people pay attention to the tiniest details and the appropriate and suitable quality is provided. And there is one more thing they do really, really well, is they present or display their kitchen. And it is not an untidy kitchen. It is a beautiful, tidy one.
So they give you insight into their processes. They show you how your food is done, and they improve your trust in them. They ensure you that you provided with high quality food. Well, for a data platform, we should have the same requirements. We should clearly see and understand all the components of the process of creating that piece of data, and we have to show that. We have to demonstrate it. We have to make it transparent for users. They need to see the steps. They should need to see the quality control steps, and at the end of the process, they should have a confidence that they get good quality data, and they should also know how to consume those data. They should be capable of consuming the data in the right way. We have to create and establish this capability for users so that they would have the right data consumption habits, because it is just not automatic. And on this, we have to provide a website-like experience to our users. We call this process data shopping at OETP. It means that like in a web shop, they can select and pick the items they need, and they get the items, that is data. They can put them in a basket, and they go through a shopping process, a buying process. This is, well, in fact, this is basically an approval process. And after that, they will get ready to use data. They can check data history, how the data was created. To sum it up, I have 2 ideas that I want to, 2 messages that I want to leave with you. The first, that digital transformation is not a technology project. As I try to explain, the future will not be won by those who have the largest amount of data, because data are created very fast and all data are stored, but that is, the winner will be the one who has a better understanding of data and who can use their data better. Even if they have data, if they can manage data in a more efficient way, they will win. And the other message is that data is not only a supporting thing in business, but it is business itself. So we at the bank, we can see it clearly that data is our key asset, and this is what we have to focus on. And here it is not a question anymore, but we join this game, because there is no other option. You have to join this game. But the question is how fast we can proceed in this field, how fast we can progress. Thank you for your attention. Thank Gergely Babos for his outstanding presentation. And it is a very difficult thing to repair your plane while you are in the air. That we provided you with an insight into what we are doing. So we gave you a transparent insight into a process, and we can give you our first-hand experience that losing data is very painful. And we also gave you an idea what a professional expert looks like, because he had to provide a free speech presentation, which he did very professionally. And thank you for your flexibility. Now we will have a technical break of 2 minutes, because I'd like to invite the participants of the next panel discussion to join me on the stage. Dr. Andrea Katalin-Tóth, who came from the European Commission. She has been a permanent participant of our event. She is here with us for the 3rd time, and it's a great honor and pleasure for us to have her and to have a direct link to the European Union. And we're very proud of this, because we want the day today to be a forum that gives Hungarians an idea about the issues on the agenda of the European Union. Our next panel member will be Mr. Dénes Ádám, who comes from the Hungarian Central Statistical Office, and then Dr. Norbert Vas, who is also an old-time member and participant of our event, attending the event for the 3rd time, Dr. András Kaisinger from the National Media and Info Communication Authority. This authority is the main sponsor of our event. Our day-to-day is specifically dealing with activities, NMHH activities. And we want to invite Mr. Barnagár to be the moderator of this panel. And if panel members want to contribute, please push the button, because it will activate your mic. So I wish you a fruitful panel discussion. Thank you. And thank you for the kind introduction. There was a change in the composition of our panel, because the Central Statistical Office, we have Katalin Kásé, who is responsible, who is the head of the Customer Relations Department, but otherwise the panel is unchanged. When I was preparing for this panel discussion yesterday, I had a discussion with a friend, and who asked, "What are you going to do tomorrow?" And I very enthusiastically started to explain to him that we will talk about Data Act, data governance, and we will service the digital markets act. I then wanted to continue with the list of legal regulations and the legal harmonization activities, but then he just told me that, well, he is not at home in digitization, but this is a huge regulatory topic: data policy, data asset policy, and data protection ecosystem is a huge field that is very difficult to understand for laymen. In Hungary, this event, this conference series, the day-to-day conference series, supports understanding. And I'd like to thank the members of the panel discussion for accepting our invitation. First, we will start the panel with a presentation, and the title of our panel is the Policy Background, the New European Data Union Strategy. And as part of this, the European Commission, the DG for data management and data policy, who process this. This is the DG Connect department at the European Union, and I'd like to invite Andrea Katalin to deliver the introductory presentation of the panel. Good morning, everyone. I will have another technical issue because the system doesn't seem to be able to process my pen drive, so I will also deliver my presentation without slides about the EU data policy. Nearly a full year ago, I talked about the innovations of the previous data policy at a European level, and then my conclusion was that the strategy was implemented, and I already made references then to a new EU strategy. And because this concept was already on the agenda, it was included in guidelines and it was set as a requirement. And now this strategy is now implemented. It was accepted by the Commission last November. It is a part of a more broad-based simplification, digital simplification project. It will set the direction for European policy for the next 5 years. So it is important to have a brief overview of the contents of the strategy. There were new reports, Letta and Draghi reports, that highlighted the importance of data in the European industry. If we, just think of the progress of artificial intelligence, it needs a huge volume of good quality data. We should also consider that data also have a major impact on society. Well, just if you think of climate change or healthcare and the digitalization options in these fields. But for us to understand what this data union strategy is based on and its history, let me tell you first what we achieved with the data strategy of 2020. This initial strategy document aimed to create a uniform European data market and create a data space where data can flow freely between member states and between industries in line with European rules. We had 4 major pillars. Within the horizontal legal framework, establishing a horizontal legal framework which includes major EU legal regulations, and then financial support for data technologies and the improvement of digital skills, and financial support of digital education, and by setting up European data spaces. This strategy has been implemented. The legal regulations that required by the strategy are now in place. The Data Governance Act, the Data Act, and the implementing act or regulation about high-value data sets and data spaces are already up and running. And this is the moment when we have to identify the next steps to take in European data law. And it is not by coincidence that it happened at the same time with the changes in the Commission. When implementing the data strategy and when doing a preliminary consultation, broad-based consultation, we identified 3 major fields where we still have challenges to overcome, where this new data union strategy can help us overcome these challenges. The first major problem field is a very practical one. This is the lack of data. It is now commonplace that we need a huge volume of high-quality data for AI to progress, especially large language models. And we learned it from studies that we are running out of this data. At the same time, it is clear that Europe has very valuable data sets that are very fragmented or are difficult to access, and they are underutilized as a result. Another major challenge that was identified is the complexity of regulations. The new Commission has competitiveness as its motto, and if we apply this to European data law, it means that we should reduce administrative burden related to data processing. So it became our mission to streamline data regulations, to simplify them, and most of these data regulations are fairly new. They've been in force only for a few years or few months. And here the emphasis was shifted from setting up the regulatory framework to the efficient operation of this regulatory framework. And the third large problem field is the global crisis, because data became from a simple source to a geopolitical instrument, and Europe has to position itself in the global competition as compared to the US or China. And this open but very deliberate approach was already present in the previous data strategy, but then it was not followed by an action plan, and we still have this problem. And the data union strategy is organized around the three major problem areas, and it had three pillars focused on these three problem fields. The first is the scarcity of data or lack of data. The strategy tries to address this from two sides. First, by developing the data infrastructure, and on the other hand, by expanding the data sources available. We will continue the operation and the improvement of common European data fields, and there's a new concept called the European Data Labs, which are institutions where data are processed under safe conditions. These data labs will provide various services. They will connect the different data sets to each other in a secure way. They will connect the data spaces to each other, and they connect them to AI development, anonymization and pseudonymization services will be provided, and they will generate also synthetic data. And in terms of expanding data sets, there are some specific actions to be taken to make digitized literature available through the European portal. And in Europe, we have a very rich language heritage, and there is space for improvement in making language data available, and synthetic data creation has also become a priority. Just one more sentence about synthetic data. These are data sets that have been artificially created, and they have attributes similar to that of a data set, including personal data. And since they have no personal data. There's no personal data involved. They can be handled in a much secure way, and there are no privacy considerations. And if we move on to the next pillar, where the key challenge is the complexity of regulations, here our key goal is simplification, which is the gist of the omnibus package. So digital omnibus regulation wants to achieve three things. First, it's from four regulations. They would merge four regulations into one. And the Data Governance Act or the Open Act directive they will remove some of their provisions to the Data Act, and some legal sources will be abolished. For example, the Act on the Free Flow of Information. There are two new things. First, the cookie rules will be changed, and they will be put in the framework of GDPR, and some targeted GDPR amendments will also be completed. So this regulation is still available only as a proposal, and it is a very exciting proposal, and it will still be discussed by the member states, and member states also will have to give their opinion. The third pillar is related to global competition, as the development of an international data strategy.
As we've also heard, this is a very open but very strict approach that the European Commission wants to take. So it means that we remain very open to the cooperation with third-party countries. However, we do not want to commit the mistake that we create situations in which European private individuals or companies' data is used by third countries to gain for again, it will of course have a negative impact on the private individuals and companies of Europe. So we have a very clear strategy on this, and I'd like to highlight some of the main points which serve the purpose of being able to evaluate third countries, how they manage the data, whether or not they actually meet the standards of European data management, and also data leaking and forbidden localization toolbox will be set up, and also we will put more emphasis on the digital trade agreements with third parties, because in these agreements, all data-related measures should be also highlighted. Now, so this is the data EU strategy in a nutshell. So the main objective here is that we should free up as much data as possible for AI, and that would promote innovation and the use of data. And thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for this presentation. First of all, I have a question. And actually it's addressed to all panelists who, basically on behalf of their respective organization, so what sort of positions you could share in relation to the European data space, and, well, also in the context of the legislative simplification, or at least the draft simplification that is being discussed. And there are two quite stringent supervisory authority present here as panelists, so I'm quite curious about their position. And also the statistical office is present, and obviously they use huge amounts of data. Well, I would also mention in relation to this topic, and I would like to ask the panelists to share their view on the legislative framework and how the EU legislation is transported Hungary and used in Hungary. So this year there is a hot topic and an increasing number of participants in various platforms seem to be from the private sector. So what I'm trying to figure out, what are your views, what are your positions regarding the data management of SMEs and what sort of needs they have? Well, maybe we should start from here. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. So maybe I should share a couple of information about us and me. Thank you for the introduction. Instead of the Vice President, I jumped in last second. My name is Erwin Kaisinger, and I'm the International Director of the National Media and Communication Office. We do a lot, for example, in terms of cooperation with the various EU and international organizations, and I'm here to share this with you. Now, let me just start with our organization, NMHH, so the Media Authority, was in a way an outsider. So the pieces of legislation that you've mentioned, we are more responsible for the directive in relation to the digital services, and our organization acts as a coordinator for this. So we were designated for this task. Now, so I don't really want to get too much into detail about day-to-day legislative issues. However, when we are talking about the EU legislative framework, it's important to mention that the EU tends to apply the principle of the country of origin. Often it does work, but it sometimes also triggers some problems. So based on the principle of the country of origin, and that's how we, as a coordinator, function, then actually it's not us dealing with certain issues, but we need to actually contact our peers all over Europe, and they often are very helpful. But obviously, you can imagine that, for example, the larger platforms seem to be all settled in Ireland. So therefore, the Irish authority has so much to do. They are contacted all the time about particular issues. So in this situation, well, we are in a bit of a difficult situation when, for example, Hungarian consumer rights and Hungarian interests need to be represented by us. Still, I would like to stress that our cooperation with the Irish colleagues is brilliant, but they are so overworked and overloaded. So the system itself, and well, therefore, is often lacking in efficiency. Now, the next issue is what we think about what Katalin has just presented. Now, I would like to stress or talk about one very important issue, namely simplification. We very much support this idea. I think anyone involved in this system knows it's such a complicated system. I think it's no accident that everyday people, the general public, has no idea what's going on. You really need to be a specialist of the field to be able to see through all this. And the objective of the European Commission to simplify the system, I think, authorities, market players, and even the general public will very much support it. It's very much in line with our interest. And what is important when it comes to simplification, this digital package, which is DSA, DMA, and the data-related regulations. So this data package is very complex and is very much linked to all of our areas. However, these interlinkages, well, don't work very smoothly, and the digital omnibus is actually addressing this issue, that this kind of interlinkage between the various pieces of legislation should be smoother. This is something we very much support. However, I would like to stress, if we do simplify, it's important to remember that the market players always believe that simplification means deregulation, but that's not always the case. However, I do agree, we don't always need regulations everywhere, but at EU level, especially in the telecom market, that's what I know best, we can make phone calls about 30 to 40% cheaper than, for example, people in the US can. And this is thanks to the regulations of the EU-level regulations. So sometimes they do help. Thank you. The Data Protection Authority, well, has many hats on when it comes to this sector. Obviously, we are responsible for the implementation of the GDPR. And obviously, through this is relevant because of the protection of privacy. But we are also the supervisor body for data protection. And the GDPR authorities also is responsible to focus on enforcing the relevant pieces of legislation. Actually, some pieces of legislation are still missing in Hungary. Some have not been transposed properly, but this is quite a wide range of portfolio and tasks that we have within my department. So actually now our department is getting stronger. We are expanding because we have so much to do. The new EU regulations added some tasks to our portfolio, but we also have a new task coming from, for example, the technological development. So we need to address quite many things, and these require additional expertise, and often we just don't have it, so we need to recruit new people. Now, when it comes to the omnibus regulation, I'm in a bit of a easier situation because in February, the European Data Commissioner published a communication that sets the scene clear. And actually, they refer to their own opinion in this, which was maybe issued in 2021 or 22 about the back then draft regulations, which remained unchanged, really. Maybe the novelty of Omnibus is the simplification that you refer to, but in 21 and 22, it has already been said, and it's great that we have so many new EU bodies. However, it's important to make sure that there are no overlaps in their mandate or competencies, but no regulations describes that. Yeah, they elaborated these pieces of legislation in a hurry, it seems. But the European Data Protection Body confirmed that they completely agree with the simplification and also to make sure that there are no overlaps in terms of the tasks of the various relevant bodies. So I think everyone agrees about the simplification. I mean, how to do it, there are some differences. We are not only responsible for the implementation of certain regulations, but also we deliver our opinions on draft regulations. And it seems to me that the various stakeholders seems to be aligning their positions now. And actually, the new plan or strategy or pieces of legislation we seem to elaborating in Hungary are very much taking the direction of the EU. So I do not think that what we have will very differ. I'm very optimistic, and as I mentioned earlier, we very much support the idea of simplification. In fact, we've already said that 4 or 5 years ago. We very much support this, and we will do our best to make sure that it will also put into practice. Thank you. On behalf of the Statistical Office, I think I can relate. As we've heard, we are maybe we have the largest data asset in Hungary, but we process data, and we also act as a service provider. And we are part of the European network of statistical offices. So our task is to produce official statistics and make them accessible. So the statistical regulation has changed, I think last year, which was transposed into the Act on Statistics in Hungary. The most important change was to define how statistical offices can access data that are in private hands. Now, according to law, it is possible. What we can see that there are data needs that we need to satisfy in a harmonized manner in Europe. And now based on the regulations, we have the mandate to take over some databases. Now, the real question here is how we can create a connection with all the organizations who own these data, and how we can access them, how we can use them, and how we can make them public. So this is our biggest challenge at the moment. Thank you as well. Thank you. I do have a question, partly about the EU data spaces. Well, healthcare, tourism, data space, transport, data collection and processing. And the use in various decision-making processes. Well, these areas seem to be progressing quite well. So the accessibility of data and the mapping where these data are located is going really well. The data owners, how can we motivate them? So it has been an ongoing question for years. So because in our everyday life, information available in the public sector needs to be used, and there is a relevant directive that has been created for that. So, and there, even in drafting this directive, there was this huge question that what to do with those who collect these data. How can we motivate them to produce these data, to prepare some sort of a business model that facilitates access and also regulates access? At EU level, we never really said it out loud that it should be free of charge. So there was a room for maneuver given to the member states what sort of business models they would prefer. And I think the Hungarian government had the approach is to break even. So these additional tasks that are generated because of these activities should not cause any, let's say, financial needs that are not covered by some sort of a funding, because then obviously the public sphere wouldn't be able to operate like this. But the data EU strategy, and from the organization point of view, what could be the most important motivational tools we could have in 2026 to encourage the collection and storage of this data and also to use it? My impression, for example, in Hungary is that local municipalities, but also the state has a huge raw data, the background technologies seem to be developed constantly, but we could do so much more to increase the quality of life of our citizens, but also to promote businesses. So what are your opinion? Now, let's just start from that side, so the European Commission. Thank you for the question. So first of all, if we just look at the private sector and enterprises, it's important to state data are not do not have to be shared, and obviously definitely not in an uncontrolled manner. So there is an option to build up some sort of different business models by the enterprises. Now, I agree, it's a huge problem, and it has been even over the past 6 years before the data strategy was adopted, that we realized that the largest loss is generated from the fact that data is not shared by the various market players, and also intersectoral data sharing is not happening. About 40 to 70% of the value of the data could be generated from this intersectoral data sharing, but still it doesn't seem to be really happening. Another question, though, is that we are still talking about sectoral data spaces still, but then how can we put it into the context of intersectoral data sharing? So we need some sort of a platform where data can be shared in a safe manner and not for any purposes. Now, in the public sector, be it public organizations or municipalities, well, they do need to motivate them, but how? I think if we just make them see that their respective functioning and operation could be more efficient, that's a motivation alone, but there is no kind of business motivation that, let's say, the private market players would have. And actually, responding to what I've also said earlier is that data owners seem to be a bit worried that their data will get into the wrong hands and will not be used for the purposes that they actually gave consent to. And we need to one of the motivational tools could be to make sure that they can feel safe in this respect, and for further data protection, that could be a good basis.
Based on our own practical experience, because data is a business asset, has business value, data owners are not willing to make them available right away because they are afraid that they would get into the wrong hand or their competitor's hand. So the data security should be better communicated. So we should cooperate with the organizations that have this data available, and then we would be able to use this data better. Well, I fully agree with you. Data security is very important, and data protection is very important. And, well, in public administration, it is a major issue that so it is not only data protection that is an issue, but there is many diverse systems and different closed systems, and it is very difficult to extract this data in a uniform format. So data extractability and data quality as an issue for us. And when we move to a new record system. It was a very lengthy and costly project to be able to import legacy data into the new system. So it was not that simple. You expect that you can do that with a few pushes of a button, but it was not like that. It was about a year-long process and a very costly one. So I think this is a general issue. It was a problem not only for us, and it is also hinders data sharing, that we have legacy systems, legacy databases, closed formats, and it's very difficult to transfer data between systems. We need the technology, a technology upgrade to be able to overcome this problem. And I'd like to give you a response to a very small and specific section of this issue. So with us as the regulatory authority, a supervisory authority, when we need data from the market, then we ask for this data from service providers, and they have an obligation to cooperate with us and provide this data. It does not guarantee that we always get the right quality of data, but we have these established mechanisms. But in terms of data utilization, for data utilization, this process cannot be applied. But what we see that in the regulatory system, this is how data collection works. When we collect this data, we base authority decisions on them, but we also have a huge amount of data that if we shared with the students and let them work and experiment with data, they could make wonders. I saw an example for this in the Czech Republic. They have several projects like this and very forward-looking results. But at NMHH, at our Hungarian authority in our culture, such collaboration is not present yet, but we consider introducing it. And one more thing to add, when one of the keynotes, it was mentioned that there was this local and national and EU level of data strategy. The EU collects a vast amount of data from member states through statistical offices and other established channels. From Barna's organization also provides lots of information, lots of data to the EU, and this information is utilized at an EU level. What I see from this, from a communications field, we collect the service providers and operators that provide communication and info communication services in Hungary, and we feed those data into a European database, and similar databases established for frequency management, and there's a new legal regulations about a new database for which requires info communications authorities to evaluate the resilience of European network in the current geopolitical situation. It is very important to do proper risk assessment about the resilience of EU networks. And at a national level, we collect the data for this endeavor. At an EU level, it will contribute to the creation of an EU-level picture. And there is a legal regulation that describes this process and identifies the requirements, because when you have to set up a database like that, you really need to have legal regulations underlying it, describing the processes, but it does not work like this, unfortunately, for all fields of data utilization. Thank you for your answers. From the presentations we heard several times, And I also heard it from my private discussions when preparing for this panel that these data labs, these future data labs, have some precedents. There are regulatory test environments and IT test environments that were established in the member states, and some organization of the European Commission already had these sandboxes or test environments for evaluating the interoperability of IT systems, to evaluate data structures and how the data can be transmitted in the most efficient way. And this is a bit far from reality, because we have these test systems at member states. They enter data into these test systems. They comply with all legal regulations. There are no IT security issues. But in practice, in reality, when you want to make a research and you use a cloud-based application, whether it is a free or full-paid version, or a private company sets up a system like this to innovate, then there are security considerations and compliance considerations. So they may have concerns about their competitors obtaining their data, or compliance fines from the authorities. So how do you see this issue from a practical perspective? The Hungarian Central Bank, for example, provides a sandbox environments for financial service providers. We also experimented with setting up we introduced interoperability test environments, and these data were just test data, and the environment itself was a test environment, and we wanted to do tests with other member states to evaluate interoperability. So in the future, how these data labs will be used, and are they going to be available for private users or NGOs or students? Are there any regulations about the access to be provided to these data labs? Are they likely to be adapted not only in the financial industry but also in other sectors? Well, it is a good question, because we have to identify the development directions for these data labs and their actual use. In addition to test environments, they will also provide computing capacities, which is important for SMBs, because they will not only access data, but they will be also provided with the necessary computing capacity. As for the details, the strategy is not very clear, so there are no detailed rules established. There are no major requirements either for member states or for the European Union at this point. Today, it is only a concept, which means that support and financial support from the European Union, the European funding, is likely to be available for such projects. Now we are in a situation when the next European Union budget is being discussed, and my service tried to assert the interests to increase the fundings available for such projects, but as yet I cannot tell you anything about, so I have no specificities. I don't know what measures will be taken to increase the availability of these data labs and broaden access to a wider group of users. I don't think that usage will be restricted. So the goal is to make it as widely available to users as possible. And, well, yes, that's it. Just something to add to funding. MFF when the MFF overview, I think member states submitted several requests that when we are on our way to reaching the 2030 targets, where data asset policy measures are introduced. There are some revision and review goals set, and funding is very important because in the Digital Europe program or in the innovation-related Horizon program or the next MFF initiative, so we would need simplified funding mechanisms for consortia or some funding programs available to SMBs. And, well, just another issue that their requests were made by several member states. So, if we want to address this and improve the competitiveness of the European Union, then for national and EU funding rules should be changed, and we should set up organizations that are cross-border organizations similar to the European Space Agency, which became a uniform organization, and similar organizations would be required in our field, for example, to provide fundings for cloud services or high computing capacities or EU-level utilization of large data spaces, because they would not only promote economic growth, but it would be important for industry-level decision-making. So our next contributor is the Central Statistical Office's representative. I'd like to talk about the national level, that the sandboxes should be provided, test environments should be provided. We can provide this to researchers because we have an environment where micro data sets can be connected to each other. They can be researched and conclusions can be drawn. This test environment is being developed now. It is available also to decision makers, all data. We try to increase the volume of data available and try to make it available both to researchers and policy decision makers. But this test environment is now available only at a national level. There are several EU acts and regulations about the interoperability of Europe that require the member states to create sandboxes, and if personal data are managed in these sandboxes, then the Data Protection Authority should be involved in their management. So the authority will definitely participate in the creation and management of these sandboxes. And we already joined an EU-level sandbox. It was initiated by the EU Commission, the European Blockchain Sandbox, and we participated in the second and third edition of this sandbox initiative, and we collected useful experience with that. And we ourselves want to have such development projects. We set up an AI lab within the authority last year, and we want to use this lab to develop a better understanding of the technologies we have to evaluate, because they are not so clear and simple. They are getting increasingly complex, and we want to set up in-house solutions facilitating our efforts. Our first project is the anonymization of authority decrees. They are of great support to us, and if we set up a good concept, it can make it publicly available as a best practice that can be useful to others. In the future, we may consider the establishment of more sandboxes, but we have to start small, and then we can think bigger when these small projects prove efficient and useful. NMHH does not have a sandbox yet. A couple of years ago, we experimented with this, but there was huge resistance within the organization. And the keynote from OTP, it was mentioned that the mindset, the attitude has to be changed. And it is very important because the technology is already available, but you have to address fears within the organization. Because they were shouting privacy issues, privacy risks, whether you disclose data, that you can be sensitive for market players. So these are just not carefully addressed. So a few years ago, our sandbox initiatives failed, but well, we will see whether we will act and create sandboxes in the future, because our authority is very much focused on data protection in a negative and also in a positive way. If we see, it would be useful if we could see the results of such sandbox solutions, because we have limited knowledge about these test environments. It would be good to learn more about best practices in Hungary and at a European level. So if we get best practices from a country of a similar size as Hungary, I think it would be very much encouraging and inspiring for MNHH to create its own sandbox environments. Thank you. I have one more question to the panel. I hope we still have time for that. Just give some very brief answers, please. This Letta and Draghi reports we have already discussed. They regulate compatibility and sovereignty. And you mentioned competitors from the US and China, service providers, application development capacities in China and US, and the sales and revenues generated by the US and China. Europe is in a very difficult competitive position. We lag behind, and I think if we make the statistics about the instruments available and the apps, there are hardly any European vendors active in the market. So we are largely dependent on and exposed to the US and China, and the regulatory principles for data and for platform providers, and they thought that these fields should be over-regulated, because this over-regulation will efficiently protect the data of European citizens and European companies.
So if there is a deregulation happening and there is any progress in this field, then this basic principle could be kept. But at the same time, we would simplify the legislative framework and reduce the administrative burden. I think it's clear to all that what would be really beneficial for the larger service providers, not to have consultations or negotiations with the EU, but every country would have, let's say, separate negotiation process. Well, and also, I would like to say that whatever the technology can do, they would be free to use, and there would be no legislation. Of course, that's what they prefer. So we need to find the right balance to between being competitive, but not to give up too much of the administrative burden, so to say. Now, we've talked about user-friendliness and human-centeredness quite a bit, but the UN and the OECD policy document seems to be an increasing trend. So not the technology, what drives AI legislation, but this is just one technological solution. There are others. So the purpose of legislation should not be how to promote these technologies, but rather the center of the legislative thinking should be how to enhance European competitiveness and the quality of life of people. So now, in view of all this, we need to look at technological service providers. Well, wow, what a complex question. Not easy. So there are so many aspects we could discuss, but we don't have too much time. So there is this dilemma in the EU legislative framework that you just described beautifully. There is this Draghi report on competitiveness, and everyone seems to have it as a mantra, and we are always talking about competitiveness and simplification. Obviously, these are principles that we very much support. However, sometimes it's all in the details. So let me just talk about the communication market again. In the mind of the legislators or even lobbyists, the idea is that in Europe there are, let's say, 5 or 6 larger companies and they dominate the European market. They have their own traditional monopolies, and that to upkeep this is definitely bad for Europe. Competitiveness is important. However, at national level, competition is much more important than competitiveness. It's not the same. Now, and in the EU, the Digital Network X is discussing this now. Now, the issue of sovereignty, well, I think Europe woke up a bit too late from a very deep sleep, it seems. And now we hardly try to solve a situation, because we used to think that we have such great friends all over the world, we can trust them, and we kind of relied them in the case of many technologies. But now the geopolitical situation has changed, and the European Commission tries to address this newly emerged situation. So both in the Euro-Atlantic relations, but also when it comes to the relations to China. What really impacts us is obviously the communication networks or broadcasting network, and there are lots of Chinese providers there, and there are always an issue within Europe that we try to push third countries out for safety reasons and security reasons as much as possible. So now we need to try to identify the Hungarian interest and how to reinforce it. Now, the third issue I'd like to touch upon is human-centeredness. Well, in the EU policy, I think it's embedded anyway, always. Maybe we don't say it clearly, but it's always there. And when it comes to technological development, we never thought that we need to stress it. Unfortunately, technological development usually didn't take place in Europe. So therefore, this whole human-centeredness wasn't so much of an issue in Europe. But now, with this new strategy, new policy, it might change. Now, first of all, obviously, protecting fundamental rights is important, and also that is a huge aspect in EU. However, when it comes to competitiveness and competition, we need to think what happens if we just say that, okay, in boxing, for example, there are no weight limit, everyone can play with everyone or fight with everyone. Is that really what we want? So we really need to start thinking about the situation of the EU in boxing. Are we in the lightweight category or in further up in weight? So I think we need to be rather cautious, not to cause any harm to our citizens. And we mustn't forget that when it comes to the economy, it does not do any good if the citizens are suffering. Now, when it comes to the European statistical system, it's kind of a service provision. So that's what we need to support. So any data information needs to be satisfied. So obviously we will aim to enhance this. So supporting competitiveness is definitely what we aim for. Well, in relation to your questions concerning the sovereignty, I completely agree with what the director also said. I completely agree that it seems that Europe has just woken up from after deep sleep. However, I think we can be cautiously optimistic because our policy measures are implemented in many areas. For example, the CHIPS Act 1 and 2, or the and there is another piece of legislation, the Cloud ID Development Act, which will most probably be adopted next year. So anyway, so there is definitely an effort to reduce dependencies from third parties or third countries. Now, the balance between competitiveness and defense or security. Well, I think this is the key aspect in this area to find the right balance. And we've been trying to do it from the very beginnings, and this is also in the center of our attention now. So this very high level of security, be it the protection of personal data or anything else, remains in our focus, and this is very important for the European Commission. And this is the beauty, but at the same time the challenge of this policy area, because these interests need to be balanced as well. Now, I think we had the willingness to reduce competitiveness, to protect security. That was mostly in the past, but it seems that now the political leaders have taken a bit of a different approach, maybe not significantly so. At EU level, we will try to find a way to promote competitiveness, but at the same time maintain European values that we can be proud of. Thank you. Now, I would like to pass the floor to the audience, because also in the past, we've always had very interactive conferences. So now, the floor is yours. You can ask a couple of questions. Let's just say 2 or 3, because we are running out of time. There is a question. Oh, I can't really hear it. I think the microphone is not working because the interpreters can't hear it. Yes, thank you. So my question is, the European Union, if the European Union gives space to the member states to make decisions on competitiveness and sovereignty, how they would interpret these concepts. Another question is that you talked about the European data spaces. My question is, are they still in testing mode, or they went live already? And if they are live, what about the Hungarian participation? And the third question is about simplification. In Hungary, well, in 2023, we've already started this. So all the data-related pieces of legislation were kind of merged into one piece of legislation. Wow, we were sweating blood, but it was not easy. Some refer to the same thing as documents, some other pieces of legislation as data. So anyway, but we did manage it. So maybe the Hungarian example was inspiring for Europe. Oh, and may I just add one more thing? We did mention that the sharing of data is basically limited because of certain worries other players might have. And just yesterday, I heard a very interesting comment that an organization said that they would love to share their data, but they are worried what their clients would say. So we are aware that, for example, in the case of the Hungarian digital citizenship program, there were some issues coming from the general public. They were a bit worried to let the government use their personal data. And thank you. Maybe we should collect all of the questions if there are more, and then Zsolt introduced some of the questions. Are there any more? If you want to address a question to a particular person, Attila Kis, I'm working for the tax authorities. My question is, do you have any information on the European Commission's work? One of the DGs published some AI tools that seem to be quite good. So these are not market, it's not freely available on the market. But the question is that data in relation to taxation or customs or banks, so these are all falling into the issue of secrecy and how it is regulated. But anyway, sometimes AI tools are developed which cannot be used without personal data. So the question is, if they are already there, are there any guarantees? Any more questions? Okay, there seem to be none. Then let's just try to answer them. And really just a very quick round, please. Do we still have time for it? Okay. If you agree, I will start, and I'll really try to be very brief, even though it's very difficult, because we got some really good questions. So first of all, Mr. Shikoya, whether or not there is national sovereignty option for member states. Of course, no European competitiveness can be imagined without sovereignty. So my answer is very clearly a yes. Now, data spaces, there are some that are already live. I think about 2 weeks ago in Madrid, there was a symposium on data spaces. There were like some 1,000 participants. So it's there. But I don't have information on the Hungarian participation. As far as I understand, any European data space led by Hungary. I don't think we have any. Germany is very strong when it comes to transport and mobility. When it comes to smart cities, there is a cooperation between Luxembourg and the Czech Republic, for example. But I'm not really aware of any kind of large-scale project that is led by Hungary. And the third question related to the legal simplification. Actually, we did talk about it last year, and I passed on the message to my colleagues. So hopefully, it did have an impact on the wording of our pieces of legislation. So, for example, as you said, sometimes there is a bit of an issue with the definitions, for example, or well, we've done our job, and the first feedbacks from the member states have arrived. But again, I would like to stress that the Hungarian position has already been definitely be channeled in. And now, motivation is the last one. So I think as long as legal certainty can be provided, and if private individuals or enterprises can be certain that their data would be used appropriately in this ecosystem, I think that would trigger a huge change. And now, Attila Kish. Yes, there is this e-translation service, for example. I'm not sure that the general public understood this, but for example, we have the e-briefing, which helps us to formulate memos, and formulate GC is another application, which is a large language model that can be used within the European Commission. So in the case of European Commission, we are not encouraged to use OpenAI, ChatGPT, because often we use sensitive data when it comes to, for example, using policy documents. So therefore, it's really not worth kind of giving it away to OpenAI. So now, your question concerning the tax and customs duty secrets and how safe it is to upload the related document to the Commission's tools. Well, I can't really answer this one, but of course, data protection is at the highest priority of the European Commission, also in this respect. So yes, I do believe that you can use these, but well, I can't give you a 100% safe answer. Now, from the point of view of statistical office, when we want to take over databases, for example, from other organizations. For example, education plays a crucial role. So we need to show that this data will be safe and how we are going to use them. Because if the partner and their clients are aware of it, then I think they will worry less. Now, in relation to the EU translation of data, well, we take a very conservative approach, and we want to develop our own solution for analyzing it, and that would address or could address this issue, because if there is an analysis solution run locally, and from there on anonymized documents could be uploaded in an EU server or service, for example, for translation purposes or to summarize a document, because there are a lot of tools in the EU toolbox, not just a translation tool. We believe that the best and safest solution is to anonymize data locally first. And I also believe that the technology is going in this direction, that not the large language models and large server capacity is the direction we are taking, but rather to be as local as possible. For example, actually quite recently, the DeepSeek open source model had a huge novelty, namely that it can run in a normal laptop even. So we don't require huge servers. So a much smaller capacity is sufficient. So I think this is the technical development direction, that more efficient models with less capacity will be developed, that does not require to upload everything on a larger central servers. So there is this old saying that you don't put all of your eggs in the same basket, and I think that is a really good practice. And it seems to me that the technology is going to that direction as well.
I think all answers have been answered, so I don't like to add anything to add. So thank you for your contribution and thank the audience for their questions. Just to sum it up, we see that we still have plenty to do, and we have loads and loads of topics to discuss in future conferences. And I wish you all success with your efforts, and we'd like to thank for the organizers for this panel. This first panel discussion has been very exciting. I hope you agree. Now we are going to have a brief coffee break, just 15 minutes, because we need to be efficient. But for the online streaming, and so that we can stick to our agenda, please be disciplined and resume. Let's resume in 15 minutes from now. Thank you.
So now I would like to ask all of you to take your seat because Mr. Attila Hübner, who is the CEO of the Lechner Knowledge Center, will deliver his presentation titled National Space Data Policy. We checked everything, checked the laptop, checked the pen drive, so theoretically it should be working. I would also like to welcome everyone, and thank you very much for the introduction. The title of the presentation might be quite telling, namely Space Data Strategy and Space Data Vision. But I still want to talk about it a bit, because I want to mention why this policy is so very important and needed. Now, let's just start by introducing our knowledge center. Most of you might know the Lechner Center and what we do, but let me just give a very short introduction. From February 2025, the center has been working as a background institution of the Ministry of Energy, and we are basically a branch office of the digital agency, and we are owned by IDOM-Soft, and we are owning lots of space data. So we work with space IT, real estate, registers, anything to do with housing and estates, and well, obviously at various levels, even at building level, all the way to kind of regional space development. The BIM is also an area that we deal with, and also national mapping tasks are also partly our tasks. We have also so-called remote sensoring capacities, and this is of course a link to everything that is based on space data. We don't actually really like this word in our center, public administrative matters. Usually, we want to make sure that the general public does not have to do more public administrative work, but less. So our idea is that with space data, we can make sure that people will have less administrative tasks. Why are we doing everything what we do? Partly because of all the mission we have, but we also have a space data strategy. And you may ask, why do we believe that it is important? I would like to draw your attention to our Act of 2012 on maps, and we believe that this is basically the guiding principle. This act is the guiding principle for our operation. Of course, there are other systems I would like to mention as an important kind of framework for our operation. For example, the HD72, which is a geodesics data, but also the so-called EOV system, which is the standardized national mapping system, and the transformation parameters, the national GPS or SatNav basic points network. We are also the owners of the GNSS network. We also look at the borders. Obviously, we have cooperations with neighboring countries, and we always make the relevant data related to the borders up to date. Also, as I mentioned, we have the land registry map function or module that we also maintain. So these are the inputs because of which we believe that we need to have a space data strategy. Of course, that also entails lots of responsibilities, and we can clearly feel its weight. So this national space data strategy and policy will obviously not be defined by us, but with our contribution. And we believe that it is absolutely necessary to make sure that we have a well-functioning national space data system, and we can link to the international space data systems. Now, we had, of course, lots of predecessors, such as, for example, VATI, but other organizations as well. But we, as the Lechner Center, we also have lots of tasks that are that need to be regulated. So here you can see a glimpse of all of the kind of space data we maintain, and I would like to talk about it, how they can be interlinked. We actually have set up a work group to talk about this interlinkage, and we have quite a bit a large organization as a Lechner Center, and within that, this working group, this space data integration working groups, consists of 18 members. So this is a quite large working group, and we try to focus on what I've just said, and the name of the working group is quite telling, namely the integration of space data. And it means that we had for an entire year a weekly meeting, as a result of which we created an Excel table, really. It was just an Excel table with 101 rows, and it basically lists all of the databases that we need to integrate, and we have. So this table has, let's say, about 30 columns or 30-some columns, and what you may ask, what was the purpose, and how regularly are the data updated, how they can be used, how our data can be linked to other databases. In this Excel table, we also define whether or not, for example, we own a particular database, or if not, then who. Now, so this is quite an immense work. And then this September, as a result of the previous work job of the working group, we set up yet another working group. It was called Lechner Space Data Strategy, to basically show the general public what we do with our data. And now, actually, at this point, I should offer that we want to make all the information available to all. And and of course, I actually don't really understand. We have about 25 to 30 people in this working group, and we have a weekly meeting here as well. And here you can see the objectives. He just used the wrong word. That it's a play of words in Hungarian. I can't translate. Anyway, so we want to have and we want to make sure that we provide a platform to various players or anyone who deals with space data to discuss these issues. Now, in order to be able to discuss these very important issues, we wanted to have kind of an idea so that there is something to discuss. So now we also did the second step, so to say, and we elaborated on institutional level strategy. So the objective here is that the strategy should be in line with the various other strategies. And as you could also see, the title of the presentation, high value data. Well, it has various perspectives because these data can be purchased at quite a high cost. But I will actually talk about it later. I do not want to, well, get too much into details. I will later. And of course, we also want to, as one of the objectives, link our work to the EU legislative framework. Again, I mean, what we are working on is nothing new, kind of no novelty values. We just wanted to integrate and harmonize everything that is going on in Europe, globally, but also in Hungary. Now, what you can see here is the space data asset of Lechner, and it's a map of it. I'm not going to describe it in great detail, even though it is very interesting. But we basically allocated our space data into 8 categories. Here you can see A, B, C, D, and so on. And here you can see the interlinkages of the various categories within the Lechner data. Now, obviously, that served as a basis, and then we thought about it, how to create a strategy for based on this. Obviously, first of all, we wanted to have a vision first of all, and here you can see that the Lechner Nonprofit Ltd wishes to become a very well-known data service provider center in Hungary and in Europe, which will serve as an example how value can be created from data. Now, in order to become one of the best in the Europe, this is obviously one of the objectives. We can do it the best way if we have another very important objective or mission, which is customer satisfaction. Of course, you need to find a scale what it means, satisfaction, but definitely we need to progress in this field as well. So, because no matter what we think about ourselves, what really matters is the opinion of our clients, whether or not they also believe that we are maybe one of the best in Europe. What you can see here is there are lots of tasks and problems or activities that we need to do in order to achieve something by, let's say, 2030. So, of course, these little kind of almost post-it notes have different weight or requires different efforts, but it summarizes the tasks. And these are not just our tasks. It might involve other organizations. And it took a couple of months to categorize all these tasks. So there were various aspects we considered. First of all, we set priorities based on which these can be classified. I'm going to talk about the priorities later on a bit, but these are basically intervention areas that are built from bottom up. So from the bottom yellow post-it notes, we are going up. And we made distinction of 3 areas: the improvement of the primary data use, the second one is the market usage of data, and the third one is the establishment of the data governance system within Lechner. So these were kind of the intervention areas. And as I mentioned, we want to make sure that we will be one of the leading service providers in Hungary, and we want to make sure that from the society point of view, we will play a crucial role and we will be useful. It is important that we don't want to establish some monopoly here, but rather we want to invite others to work with us, and we want to prove that we can provide data and a platform to all who would like to be engaged. And we created this document as a starting point for later discussions. And then later on, anyone who wishes to contribute, we can discuss how to go on from here to make sure that Hungary would become a very important player by 2030 in terms of there are lots of areas that I could discuss when it comes to, and there are lots of areas that I could discuss, and that's why I'm here. But I'm not saying that we try to fill some gaps here, but we try to see where the intervention is needed. The first one is the strategic priorities. These are 8 priorities I referred to earlier, and that have a total of 86 tickets. So, and then we have the initiation. That's the next step. So basically, that's what we are doing here now. So basically, as a kind of kickoff, so to say, we would like to present what we are doing to the market players, where we are at, and how we can proceed. We will have a social dialogue, because I think we have something to consult upon, we have something to present. So we want to be very proactive, and we want to have very active interactions with all sorts of stakeholders. We, of course, want to also have cooperation agreements with various partner organizations. Now, in order to create space database services that are marketable, then we need to move or shift towards open data. But how we can do it from one minute to another? Well, various market players need to advise us and cooperate with us. That's absolutely necessary. Now, the objective of the data management is volume generation. Now, I got a bit confused. So we need to generate more volume in order to have better data management. And there is another topic I would like to touch upon, mainly know your customers. And our basically mother organization, the digital agency, is helping with us. So we are very pleased that we belong to them, and also that we are very pleased that we are owned by Idomsoft, because they also help us with the collection of data. Now, the 4th column is the data governance system establishment. It's basically the same, but we need to make sure that we have responsible persons for data governance. Obviously, we have, but it's important that we know exactly what these persons are doing. At the beginning of my presentation, I mentioned this Excel table that has about 101 Excel rows. Well, we already have the contact persons or the officers designated to the various tasks. And it's important, because then we can harmonize their work, and we know always who owns the task in every single row within that Excel table. And what we are working on now, that according to these 8 categories or priorities, we allocate all of them into these categories, and there will be a responsible person basically for this umbrella priority, these 8 priorities. And also, we are also happy to generate data as well. So we have a lot of these kind of tasks anyway, and we are happy to do them. And we are always pleased to generate them. Sometimes the generation of one data is actually coming from 2, 3 different databases, but sometimes these are really primary data, so the data first need to be created. So now the primary data use and partnership and consultation with various partners were broken down into kind of further tasks. I'm not going to talk about them in details, but what you can see here is what we want to do. Now, a marketable space database services. Here you will see some more details. I think this is the most popular topic normally, especially when we go to any sort of European event. This is always our big issue everyone wants to discuss. When it comes to Europe or pan-European cooperation, this is always on the agenda. So we want to formulate some suggestions for publishable open data. Well, in some areas we are lagging a bit behind, and that's why we want to have more open data, but also because of the changing of the environment, we can see that more open data are needed. We would also like to make sure that the national space IT basic map that we have been maintaining for quite a while, we want to publish as an open data so that anybody can use this freely. Again, this is an important step, but of course you can't do it from one day to another. So you need to elaborate how it can be sustainable, because once you make this kind of data open, it actually generates more tasks for us. We have to serve people more, and of course not everyone is interested in this data the same way. And we need to make sure that we serve these needs. And of course, that requires human resources. And if the data, open data, is not always free, that it could be a solution. We do, of course, try to make sure that open data is as free as possible, free of charge as possible. But, well, we'll see what the future brings. Now, when I was discussing clients, I mentioned that it is difficult to really define the terms client satisfaction, because first of all, we need to define who our clients are. We have to identify the target groups. So we might have, these might be large enterprises, this might be some other market players. And actually, we need to rely on the data hunger of the players. So often we don't exactly know what they want, and of course we have limited capacity. So it's important to see what to focus on and where the real needs are. So this data hunger of the players needs to be satisfied. And we need to, of course, have this overall aim that the general public, the citizens, at the end of the day, are satisfied. So we don't just want to support decision-making at highest political level, for example, but indirectly or directly, we need to make sure that even the citizens can use their space data, their own space data, of course, within a particular framework.
Our data governance system is related to data asset management. I think these concepts are familiar to most of you because you are working in this field, and data transfer is another key focus. We want to set up a meta data record, and we want to make it publicly available, and we want to regulate data transfer. Data cleansing are part of this task. These are very highly resource-intensive activities, both in terms of funding and human resources. And in terms of data generation, we have to consider LIDA requirements. For high-value data, it is especially relevant. So we have a special LIDA working group responsible for these responsibilities. This is where we are standing right now. In some fields, we have made major progress, but now let's have an insight into the future. For 2025, our goal was to create this presentation, and for 2026, our goal is to make it publicly available. Available to expert users and market players, and create a forum for the discussion between these actors. And we want to have this dialogue in 2026. The first step is introducing the LACNA data sets, so provide an in-depth understanding for all employees about these data sets, and then we want to share this information also with third-party actors. It will happen very soon because this work group, we want to expand our work group activities, and we want to set up this forum for dialogue and consultation. We also want to monitor our progress and measure the results of our efforts. And as a result, we want to announce the first LACNA Geospatial data date. It will be an open event that can be attended by anyone interested, and then more detailed presentations will be provided, and we want to have an interactive event. LACNA has the resources available for organizing such an event, so we can provide good catering for those who are interested to attend. We want to hold our third Geospatial Data Day at the end of April. It will probably take place on a Thursday, because on Friday we have little attendance, but on a Thursday we have a high attendance usually. So don't take it as a firm promise, but I think the 30th of April will be a Thursday. So we will hold this Geospatial Data Date on the 30th of April, the latest. It is by intention that we will hold this event after the national election. Here you can see our past, marked in yellow, and blue shows our future. These dates indicate a future timeline of our So this is when we want to create a national geospatial data policy. This is the goal that we want to achieve in 2026, and by the year 2030, we want to have practical results based on this national policy. We want to monitor and measure our activities, our progress, and we are very much looking forward to your feedback on that, especially after the event, the first Geospatial Data Day of Lechner Knowledge Center. But if you have questions related to this upcoming event, please feel free to do so. And I will also join the panel discussion, the next panel discussion, where I will be available to answer your questions if you have any. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a fruitful conference for the rest of the day. Thank you. Thank Mr. Attila Hübler. Here, the stage will be reorganized a bit, so please take the second seat. Service design and service development are important. So, because here it seems that we, if you want to follow the round table better, please move to the left side of the room, because it seems that some members of the roundtable discussion were obstructed from you before. So you mentioned this event on the 30th of April. We will use informal tone in the next roundtable discussion, because we have been knowing each other for a long time. So the members of the roundtable will be Zsolt Sikolya. Please take the third seat. He comes from, he's a data policy expert for the National Info Communications Council. His organization was set up in 2012, and he's been working at the organization since its establishment. Dr. András Sík is our next participant. He comes from the 4IG group, where he is Chief Geodata Officer. So here we have a forum where we have representative of the public sector and the private sector, and it seems that this 4IG will be is a company that has a major geodata owner. They will have a vast sort of geodata available. So I wanted to set up the stage for you, and our next member is the representative of Hunagi, Dr. András Sík, who is Chief Geodata Officer of 4IG, and also works for the Hungarian Association of Geoinformation. So he attends this panel discussion in two capacities. So the first question to the panel, first panel question is, how did you like the presentations we have just heard? Please comment. So we will leave out Zsolt and we will leave out Attila, because they've already used some of their time. So, András, what do you think about this presentation? And as far as I know, this presentation included brand new slides that have not been said before. I want to congratulate Lechner Knowledge Center for their efforts and achievements. Before my current position, I used to work for the Lechner College Center, and it seems that their past activities related to the data assets of the previous centuries now come together. in a systematic structure, and I root for them so that they would be able to achieve their goals, and I hope that you will be successful in your endeavors. You have these touch buttons on your mic, and so thank you, András. Dezső, what is your comment? Well, these slides were new to me as well. So Lechner was more open than ever for sharing their data, so I welcome their openness. I think I will have to study these slides a bit more, but it seems that Lechner Knowledge Center is a bit over-enthusiastic, so they want to solve issues that they are not the right forum to solve. So I think they should be a bit more focused about their responsibilities. They should focus more on their core competence, and they should rather just provide a guidance for third-party actors or other tasks. Zsolt, can you please share your comments? I liked the complexity of this presentation. This strategy outline was very impressive, and what I have doubts about is whether it is more like an institutional core strategy or whether it is geospatial data strategy. Because if it is not an institutional strategy at the same time, then it would be good to have a separate institutional strategy, and they should develop a geospatial strategy that is based on this institutional core strategy. Please let me respond to all three comments. András used to be my boss, used to be my superior at Lechner Knowledge Center. Well, and then I was reporting to you later. Yes, so we have this kind of history of close cooperation. So I hope that we will be able to work out our conflicts in the future, if we have any. My comment to Dezső is that I mentioned our intention to set up a forum for dialogue and consultation. We don't want to control things, and we don't have the authorization to decide about everything. We just wanted to renew some spaces that provide an opportunity for us to consult the market players who have the right competences, and our strategy is not an institutional strategy. It is not a proposal, and it is not an effort to control the market. We just don't want to have a blank sheet of paper, but we want to make a clear-cut proposal that can be further discussed and elaborated. So we really don't want to dominate this field. We just want to have a proposal that can be discussed. We identified issues and fields of intervention, not only for us, but also for other players. And we don't want to intervene in all of these fields of intervention, but you just want to ask for your opinion, whether you agree with these fields of intervention, and you have better or more integrative categories. You are going to propose more integrative and better categories. And just referring back to Zsolt, so it is not an institutional strategy. We don't want to expand our institutional strategy because Lechner Knowledge Center, is a geospatial data project, is the business value of this project is not very high for the Knowledge Center, and the project team dedicated to this project is about 20% of our total staff. So we spend about 20% of our working hours with geospatial data. We want to increase this percentage, so we make our resources available to this project. It is just you should take it as an opening, a first move rather than an effort or a step to control the market. Now let's move on and continue our panel discussion on geospatial data. As a first step, can you please give your personal definition for geospatial data? Because data itself is very difficult to define, but what are geospatial data? Those who just join this field, who are newbies, what is your definition? What do you think geospatial data means? May I start? We have announced 3 in-house workshops that are about geospatial data. These were full day workshops, and half of the day was spent on the definition of geospatial data. We had people from several disciplines, and we had 4 tables with people, and they had small groups discussing the definition of geospatial data, and this concept was very difficult to define. So we still don't have a final definition, but what I want to highlight is that even the definition of geospatial data is a very difficult task. Well, my small group, they raised the idea that the virtual spaces of games include data, and these data can also be they can also qualify as geospatial data, and whether Lechner Knowledge Center manages the national model design catalog, which includes architectural designs, sample designs for buildings. And if these designs are implemented, then they will result in actual biddings, and how these catalogs are, what is the relevance for our geospatial database. So when there is an urban city design, are the data included in this design geospatial data, or for something to qualify as geospatial data, do they have to be related to actual physical buildings? Well, Jolt is the one who knows the answer and who can give a definition. András, what do you think? Well, I was thinking about this question because you sent me this question in advance, and it would be good to give a complex definition for geospatial data. As a starting point, we have our natural environment, our built environment, our economic and social environment includes data and processes, and those. So our natural environment, the built environment, and social and economic environment can be defined with data, and these are the data that we can call geospatial data. And what is most dynamically growing as the subgroup of Earth monitoring data. And if we can go into detail, I think within the geospatial field, this Earth monitoring data subgroup is the most dynamically growing field of geospatial data. So these mic buttons are very difficult to manage. I'm sorry. We will go into more detail about this subject later. But what you said, András, I think it is very clear and understandable. Does Leisure have anything to add? You mentioned that Joel has the right answer, but I will make an attempt. I also gave some thought to this question, and I have an even simpler definition for geospatial data. I think geospatial data is any data that can be related to a specific location in space, and they have some description that defines what we are seeing in space. And I think this is a very simple definition and also a very general one.
So we have built environment, natural environmental, social and economic processes, virtual and real reality. So lots of yes, and also time-wise, there are different spaces because a plan or strategy that is not being implemented makes sense. So diagrams and coordinate axes is what we'll see. Now, officially, what is space data? I'm sure the European Commission has lots of workshops on that. Well, what I don't like, maybe I should start with that. Well, I don't know what space data is. I can only express my opinion at this point. So it seems that we mix up the space structure and space data. But it's not the same. These two are not the same. So a bad example is a map. So sometimes we obviously define our place, but data sometimes linked to a space. I can accept the definition of inspire, which means any data that directly or indirectly refers to a particular location. I think it does not mix up the space structure and the space data, these two concepts. Okay, it's actually quite a quick answer you've just delivered. Now, okay, let's just look at the high-value data sets. Well, we started discussing it. So if you just follow the EU legislative framework, then you might remember in 2019 an implementation act was promised. It did come in 21, and then I think from the 9th of June last year, I think it took into effect. So now we had to. It was a directive, so it had to be transposed to the national legislative framework. In 2023, there was a comprehensive review, and then the 2.0 came, and new measures and provisions were included. So all these data need to be accessible, and interfaces and applications and APIs and all these are now included. So, and often it should be free of charge and through open standards. So, well, these are often very, very difficult to comply with. So now, can we just talk about these data a bit more in detail? Because I think when it comes to high value data sets, well, what do you think is important? What is closest to your heart, so to say? If you can't say anything, I'll help you out. No, what is closest to our heart, or what we what we are focusing on now? Well, when it comes to the land registry, map database is something that we need to maintain. So this is our obligation, of course. So all of the mapping activities is important. So we need to make these maps more accurate. Obviously, these are maps that are already available digitally. And various geodesic methodologies are available to do that. And they have various data sets that we work on. So land surveying, but satellite data, or any sort of remote sensoring data generation could be used. So well, all these are things that require high-value data. Now, when we talk about high-value data, it might be high value because when we want to, for example, renew of the map of an entire town, then we normally do it really land surveying, which requires lots of man hours. That's where the high value is coming from. Or if we do satellite, or any equipment or vehicles are used, and of course we use lots of, for example, petrol. But of course, in the case of satellites, that's also expensive. So this is expensive, this data set that we want to use. And then we somehow, by magic, we need to make them open data in the form of maps. So at the moment, this is very relevant for us. This is what we are kind of dealing with now. So data that can be obtained from space or from our air, or via land surveys. Okay, so we just to sum up, map data coming from all these sources that you mentioned. These are the high-value data sets. Okay, András, you seem to be keen. Now, I just have a couple of ideas, really, because I don't know the Inspire regulation by heart. But when it comes to high-value data sets from the market point of view, I'd say the generation of a data, or any company who is wanting to generate data from their perspective, it's very valuable if there is a geometric basis as a starting point. And if everyone can align with them, that already serves as a guarantee that the data coming from various sources can be used in an interoperable manner. So if there is a data, an object in one player, it should be the very same, identical, in somewhere else as well. So, for example, if there is a background institution of a ministry, then of course it's very important. We play a huge role. So, for example, when it comes to a train station, there are lots of data, which train arrives with what load and so on. But if you don't have the relevant kind of supporting data, then it's not useful. So maybe it's not the Inspire definition, but what I think high-value data set is that if we have a set of data, then the Lechner system could basically integrate all the raw data and then make it accessible for all users. Well, I'm not sure I understand, but I think you are talking about basic infrastructure really here. Okay, Raju? Well, I do agree with András. The company where I work is involved in environmental protection and infrastructural planning, and credible public data and basic data are of major importance for us. And it is not just the generation of data that means high value. sometimes high value might be cheap. So sometimes you have a database, let's say in the public administrative system, that is generated there. So it doesn't cost them any money, obviously. And they need to keep the data and the related infrastructure, but it's not expensive per se. And it could still be high value, for example, for the business sector. Also, it's important to remember that when we plan something, when we want to build upon something, like if we want to elaborate plans or strategies, then we need to see kind of the baseline. So, for example, when it comes to transport routes, are they really where they think they are? Or when it comes to land registry, or the water management and water maps. And I'm not sure that the Lechner Center should be the sole responsible to solve this issue, to make sure that these data are credible and reliable in a way that they are maintained close to where they were generated. I think Lechner Center can give a professional support to ensure that these data are of high quality, they are interoperable, and they can be really widely used. But I think often it shouldn't be them maintaining them, but rather the ones that are locally there. Okay, thank you. That is also related to the whole issue of infrastructure and credibility. I do apologize that I'm taking the floor again. I want to thank you because this whole idea, what you just said, this example of a train station will stick to me, I think, because we don't have to maintain, I don't know, the lamps in the train station to make sure that the trains don't collide. But we do need data on the tracks. So, because theoretically you can also build a train station that is designed for various types of trains, but then of course it means loading the goods between the various types of trains. Yeah, so now, so we need to see what is the task of this kind of data space manager. Zsolt, what are your ideas? I think you need to be aware that when it comes to high-value data sets, the directive gives a definition that is rather long, so I'm not going to read them. But there is a distinction made between very concrete high-value data, where respective regulations are available. So these very concrete high-value data, well, I'm not representing an organization that would generate data or use data. I'm just an everyday citizen here, and therefore what really pains me is the so-called address data. It is really painful and it hurts because back then the central address register was set up partly with my help, and then it kind of was forgotten, and it was a failed project. And for example, I live in a nearby town, Szentendre, and we had the data cleansing by the municipality, and it seems that everything is fine. But still, my wife, with whom we have been living together for many, many decades, on paper, we don't live under the same address. So our official address is different. And that is a huge, painful experience for me. So, address, register. Thank you, Zsolt. I still live under the same address with my wife, but I think this is more of a personal discussion. We need to discuss in the break. So those of you who do not read the EU legislation, you know that there's space data and land survey and environmental protection data. There are also satellite data, climate change data, soil, air pollution, everything. Mobility data is also listed among these. Meteorological data, maybe these are not relevant for you. Statistical data that's generated everywhere, and also data concerning enterprises and their ownership. So we don't need to deal with that, but when it comes to space data and land survey data, that's what matters to us. But for IG and similar companies might say, oh no, this is important for us. Do you think it's a bit of an issue that over the past 1.5 years you haven't been able to access high-value data? So from the organizing of services or from the investment point of view, would it be maybe worth kind of using this data and taking these data, or you would have problems or you would struggle? Now, I think that every step forward would be so very important that would point at accessing these data. But most important aspect is to have a data catester that is accessible, where we can see what sort of data are available somewhere that might be considered as a high-value data set. Well, in the past, some other organizations, not Lechner, did have some intention to set up some sort of a data asset catester. I think that was the name. Anyway, every now and then I do check what's happening there, but this very open, very detailed, accessible catalog concerning the space data that is maintained by the state that you would think would be there, I can't see anywhere, but it would be so very useful. Another thing that I also mentioned is that if someone generates spatial data sets for usability purposes and quality purposes, it would be very important to place the data in the right place. So, for example, we need to think about how we can validate, test, and check if the space data that we generate are accurate. So if we could set up some sort of a service to make sure that, well, let me just give you an example, that this or that person is located somewhere. And if we can see kind of some sort of a qualification, how accurate it is, if that person is really there or is or actually 1 or 10 meters away. I think it would be very important for those who are generating this data. For example, in the case of very modern high-pixel satellite images, there are different levels concerning the accuracy of the location. This is the CL 90 parameters. And if the natural, as a result of the natural transformations, we are able to produce high-quality CL90 data, that would be a much more reliable space data than a data that is, let's say, 50 meters away from the accurate place. But if this data is a bit lower because the satellite image is not great, then we can make it more accurate retrospectively. And if a market player can be helped by, for example, a governmental institution, that would be great. And that would be really a marketable service. So for IG, when the various satellites will generate lots of images, and obviously partly about Hungary, then I'm sure they would be more than happy to pay for a service that would make sure that that they are accurate in AUV70 perspective, and we need to make sure and to check how accurate they are even without kind of retrospective manual corrections. So thank you. I think it's quite important, and I think that kind of address is addressed to Attila. Yeah, it seems to me that I need to respond to this, yes. Now, let's make a distinction between helping to make data more accurate and also to make it more credible, or having certified data, so to say. Certified data are under the responsibility of the government. So basically what you need to certify here is actually accuracy of the data. And of course, we do have some relevant vision also for so we have some expertise in this field, but I do not think that it should be our job to make data more accurate, but to guarantee that, I don't know, that the problems, if there are problems due to inaccurate data, someone needs to take a responsibility, and maybe that's what we need to take over. So sometimes this accuracy and the responsibility are not aligned. So now, actually, I would also respond to what you've just said. I'm also very saddened by the central address register. We do want to offer our help in this respect. We've done 4 KCR, that's the address registry, open days to address this issue, and we want with the aim of improving this database. Obviously, the register is owned by the state, and they certify it even if it's not accurate enough. But what our task could be is to certify how accurate it is. I don't know if you can feel the distinction. And now I'm looking at Annika, who is interpreting all this. And we did try to give them some background documents, but I'm sure they are struggling. And Olivier is here from France. He's a mayor, and with the help of the interpreters, he is also following this discussion. He will have a keynote speech after the lunch. But well, hopefully he got a glimpse what sort of dilemmas we have. But now, anyway, let's continue this discussion. Here you are as market players. You do lots of investments, and of course you have data needs. You need to say what you need. Sometimes these decisions are based as a service for investments worth billions. So what do you do with these data connectors? Are there any services that make, for example, data more accurate? Are there any good data, for example, on addresses? So, and all these, what we've discussed, to what extent does it harm your work or make your work more difficult? The short answer is it makes our work very difficult. So what I tried to refer to earlier was that there is no matter a system, because I know I've seen the Excel table the Lechner Center put together, but we need to see what sort of data assets we have in public administration, because what we need to see is that if someone works in this field, they know how to, for example, obtain data from the statistical office and so on. But what we can often see is that we actually request data, basic data from our partners, and that's how we start working, because there is no data that is standardized based on which we can work. And of course, we contact the Lechner Center many times when we have this need. But I think logically it would be also feasible to get some data from the Water Directorate and then ask Lechner Center if these data are accurate enough. Or, for example, the spatial management plans. There are municipal level and county level plans. And if we have, for example, a large infrastructure to plan, then of course it would be rather tiresome to contact every relevant municipality one by one. For example, if we want to build a long bicycle path. So if it has an impact on, let's say, 200 or 300 municipalities, that's difficult. But, well, we have access, of course, to the national spatial development plan, but we can't be certain that it is accurate. And the same applies for the county level spatial development plans. And at local level, then there are so many, I don't know, plans. Some are only have something in PDF. And by the time we get all of the data and processes, it takes so much time and energy. And once we get to the point that we can actually work with that, we can still not be certain that it is accurate and it's good. And this is what I was trying to refer to, that I think that the public administration or the state should be aware what they actually do have, and we as users, we need to know it as well, what to build on, because for example, the road network is, well, again, something that is maintained by so many actors and relevant data that is, and at the end of the day, it is actually market players who can help us to get this data, because usually they gather the data in an organized manner. So this kind of basic information that theoretically should be a public task is often not available. So this is really a struggle we have. And what I would like to add is that the very fact that the public administrative system is not aware of what they have, that means that there are probably parallel systems running. I think you can be certain about that. So probably there are several state players who maintain the very same data. And if we have 2 or 3, then we don't know which one to rely on. Yeah, it is quite a diverse sector that you are dealing with. So, George, were you inspired by this answer? Well, the problem is that when it comes to data accuracy, there is we don't really have a right terminology. So an act on public official authentic register has just been published. And I don't exactly know how it works, but anyway, you can look up which registries receive this kind of authentic or certified databases. And we can't really even handle from the legal point of view this term, this concept. So together with Yuri, we once had a consultation with the Ministry of Justice, and we tried to address this issue, that the Act on Authentic Registry should be modified to make sure that it does not only guarantee the legal procedures, but also it goes beyond that, and it should really have a more relevant description of reality, maybe even with some sort of IT systems should be ensured, and it doesn't matter how these IT systems work and how accurate they are. Well, to be honest, we did have this consultation with the ministry, but it didn't really help much. But what they really wanted to go in a different direction. So now the situation is that when it comes to accuracy, to reality, to authenticity, we can't really handle this issue.
I'm very grateful that you gave us this explanation here at the Faculty of Law, because, well, I'm not a lawyer, you know, but Jolt is not a lawyer, but has a better understanding of these legal issues than many lawyers do. But, well, we are running out of time, and András mentioned these geospatial satellites. I'm very much excited by Hungarian satellite programs, and I was born in Lyon, and there are names like UGO, and there are project numbers like 6 and 8, and they high definition data are discussed. I think there's these satellite programs is likely to be profit-oriented programs. Does it mean that the government will not earn any money on these satellite programs now? They seem to be private satellite data. Will the government have to pay for this data? Well, you listed, so gave a very long list of topics to discuss. Within the 4IG system, Space and Defense is a new organization established 2 years ago, and it is responsible activities related to space and to defense. And the Hungarian satellite program was launched 1.5 years ago. It has many different goals. One of them is launching a geospatial satellite and set up an Earth observation satellite fleet and put it in orbit around the Earth. It will include 8 Hugh LEO satellites. 6 of them will have optical sensors and provide high-definition space photos, multispectral space photos about the Earth. And 2 of them will have radar sensors. They will also provide high-definition photos about continents. So when we launch satellites, they will not observe the territory of Hungary exclusively, but this is a global market that has a number of satellites between 1,000 or 2,000, and these are capable of making high-definition space photos. They can make a photo of very limited area from the surface of the Earth, and there is a high demand for the practical utilization of these high-definition Earth photos. A couple of days ago, I attended a conference abroad, and it was about the relationship between geospatial data management and the defense sector. And the military leaders of the different countries present there were very eager about this geospatial data. They want to use this data for their analysis. They want to gain strategic information using photos from a given section of the Earth. So the capacity currently available is not enough to satisfy these demands. So in the years to come, several dozens or even hundreds of Earth observation satellites are likely to be put in orbit in order to satisfy the data demand for this observation data, because in the neighboring countries and in the developed countries present a very high demand for this data. And well, China has very ambitious plans in this field. They want to put thousands of satellites in place to provide them with observation data. So within our organization, Space and Defense, it is our key responsibility to develop the processes for this observation process and set up the infrastructure. The infrastructure includes the satellites. This is the upstream part. And then we have antenna and a mission controller, command and control system. This is the midstream part of the system. And then we have the data centers that get the raw space photos and that do the data processing, the data analysis, and provide geospatial services. It will be the downstream part of the system. My task, and we are working on that with my colleagues for over a year, is to build the downstream part from the very foundation to high-end AI-based analysis. And we want to set this infrastructure up by the 2028. It is when the first Earth observation satellites will be put in orbit, and they will provide high-definition data about millions of square meters of Earth surface. We have to receive these data, analyze these data, and transfer these data to our customers, and it requires huge resources and huge knowledge, geospatial knowledge. So we will hire more and more people to increase the size of our team. We also have to purchase hardware infrastructure for the data center, and we also need fully automated image processing workflows. This is the pipeline. We will need this pipeline will process raw photos and make analysis ready satellite photos of them, and then this data will be either provided to our customers or we will continue to process them with using geo AI methods. And then we will also need an interface for our future customers where they can place their orders. This will be a tasking dashboard that will be fully integrated with our imaging pipeline, and then mission operation staff will also set up their systems. And just to give you examples, other examples than observation data, meteorology or weather data are also important for us. When somebody wants to get data from Vietnam and they get these satellite data, they give their technical information on how to make photos of Vietnam. They also get some weather data about the cloud coverage, because they want to select the weather, the period with the right weather. So we also have to link weather data and meteorology data into the systems to be able to provide marketable services. So these this is very exciting if the Vietnamese customer, well, Meteo, well, we have the weather company, the national weather company, Hungaromet, I think it is. So if the Vietnamese counterpart, if the Hungarian weather service, well, they are the ones who can provide this weather data about cloud coverage. So there will be huge competition in this field between the European Environment Agency, the European Space Agency, provides the Adatnap Knowledge Center with their data. How are you going to manage data transfer for these data? Well, we wanted to discuss this in the coffee break originally. So for us, as data generators or future data generators, we want our data to be utilized. We also want our data to generate revenues for us, of course. We want to make profit from it, but we want to provide this data to the Hungarian technical community. So we will have initiatives that will make satellite imaging about Hungary available for public administration services, for research purposes. So we will want to make this data available. And one last round of comments. I think the audience has many questions, and we should give them an opportunity to ask their questions. Anything else you want to add to what has just been discussed, or shall we accept audience questions from the audience now? So if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and you can also contribute to the discussion, and you can also ask your questions during the lunch break, of course. So in the previous panel, you were so active that I was afraid, I was concerned that we will run. Károly Fecse, I just want to share positive piece of news with you. It was very good to see you at this roundtable discussion, and I still remember when Lechner developed the smart city guidelines, and they were also, Lechner Knowledge Center was always expected to provide an ultimate answer to all questions, but it is very welcome that at this roundtable discussion, Lechner Knowledge Center does not want to be an absolute authority in this field or to give others firm guidelines. So you said that you have these model designs for buildings that should be followed, but so I like this very much, that you don't want to dominate or control this field. And let me add something. The most important question about geospatial data is, so we heard a lot of things, but what we want to do with the data, how public are these data, what data are you going to be able to access? Because when roadworks are done, the utility data available are not too accurate, which entails major risk. So if we can address data accuracy, so strategy is a very different policy from practical data accuracy, and you have not said a word about high value data, about nature-related data, the data related to our forest cadastre, because you should be. I think there is a high demand for data giving you information about the animals and species living in urban areas. It would be also important to collect and manage these data, the data related to living organisms. Thank you for your question. It was a very challenging one, because it is clearly. So we don't want to say no to collecting biological data or data related to biodiversity. So I said that we want to be open and we want to be sustainable. So our major idea is that the built environment and the citizens living in this built environment are the ones whose demand can make these data sustainable and can enable us to apply these data to their biological environment. It is a social responsibility to manage this environmental or biological data, but it cannot be built. But it cannot be billed to citizens directly, but it is clear that citizens demand access to this biological data, and this type of data is also generated in the same way, and one data group can be sold for profit, and on the other field, this data can be used. They can be utilized, but utilization and marketability are not the same. It is clear that we want to make data values. For Lechner, non-profit company wants to provide data in a not-for-profit way and a sustainable way. If we can do that sustainable, we are willing to support this initiative for collecting biological data. But if it is not sustainable, then we cannot move in this direction. These are huge dilemmas in our everyday work, believe me, and these are very current topics, hot issues, and we don't yet have a clear answer. We are moving with small steps, and if we can make the small steps successfully, then we will move more. So we are experimenting and trying to find the best way. Deja, you seem to want to say something or add something to this. I don't want to complain, but, so if you said that you want to make this process sustainable, that Lechner wants to make data management sustainable. So if you can stay within the budget, if it is transparent and predictable, and you know the cost of these activities, and this data can be utilized, then there is no problem with it. But it would be very good if Lechner developed services that can be practically used. Or used in practice. I mean that these web map services provide images, and in a landscape service, you can add an image to your map, but you cannot make analysis. If Lechner doesn't want to provide these data, then it should provide a data analysis service, perhaps when you cannot only visualize that piece of data, but you can also utilize them. Just let me respond very briefly. Well, you won't offend me, so I take no offense. We know, we are aware of these issues, but releasing an image, providing an image is much cheaper than providing an analytics service. We plan to provide analytics services in the long run, so we are open. We have this intention. And we see that there is demand for such a service. But so we clearly have the intention, but we can't see the process yet. We don't know how to get to the point where we can offer these services. But, well, this is a meaningful service, and we want that we have a plan to reach that stage, but we don't know how to do that without creating obstacles for ourselves. So I don't think we should provide end-to-end services. We should provide government to business to citizens services, but our target audience are citizens. That's clear. But if we target citizens, then there is an actor, a business partner in between, and they are the ones who can develop the services. And if it works this way, then the service can be made sustainable. I think you should have a cup of coffee together after lunch and discuss this. And you mentioned these cloud coverage data and biological data that are open data. As far as I remember, the Adatnap portal, we have these data publicly available. I don't know how useful this data, whether they can be used in practice. You mentioned that we have the satellite program, we have space program. These are all very exciting. The strategy, as I understand it, is not a company strategy, but it's a policy-based strategy. So, and the data are not even under your control. So you are not the data owners for this project. So this is just the beginning of a project. This is just the beginning of an initiative, a broader initiative. Well, I think it's time to close the panel discussion unless you have more questions. About 10 years ago, we had a similar conference. It was a V4 conference, and the Dutch ambassador was with us because we had Dutch experts on board, and it was a conference about data explosion. And we had a gentleman called Data Holger from Holland who presented the Dutch geospatial, national geospatial policy to us. Central Europe, Eastern Europe is always lagging behind, but this 10 years seems to be a big gap between Holland and Hungary. So in the end, I just want to give you this feedback that this is a very important announcement that Attila has made today, that we have this now new geospatial program to be launched. And so without much further ado, I'd like to close the panel. Thank you for your attention and for staying with us. Thank you for your valuable contributions at the panel. And bon appetit for the lunch, and we plan to resume with our municipal panel at 2 p.m. It will be a very long panel, so we decided to give it more time because we have a large number of participants, and we have an online audience who follow us via the streaming online, and this event will also be available later from record, and this room, this hall, has lobby, and this lobby has a limited size. So this is our catering capacities have a limit, and this is the reason why we decided to give you a longer lunch break so that everybody could have lunch. And
Szeretettel köszöntöm.
Welcome back to the day-to-day conference. And now the sessions after the lunch break will follow. The first keynote address in the third session will be on a special topic, and this will be about municipalities. We are advancing from global to local. We started from the European Union, then we shifted to national and economic data, and now we are narrowing down our focus. And this session will be about the best practices at municipalities. Decentralization and the operation of municipalities is a very direct topic in data management, and therefore the members of the panel discussion are delegated and representing Hungarian cities and settlements. So we will hear a bunch of best practices. But the keynote address, the keynote presentation is from a very unique guest, because this conference has been traditionally opening up to English presentations and is opening up towards foreign guests. So therefore we like to show connections and relationships with foreign partners. The first surprise guests were these beautiful flute solo and piano solo by Gabriela and Agnes, and we could listen to very beautiful music. And the opening presentation of the next session is by Mr. Olivier Colesso, Mayor of Chanteloup-en-Brie, and his presentation will showcase a very innovative data management approach. This is worth to be a keynote presentation because it will be about a very interesting topic, an exciting one, and it's good. It will be good to look back on this. Given that Olivier is from France, but he's holding his presentation in English, let me now switch to English, and his presentation you can listen to in English, or if you are listening to the interpretation, you can also listen to it in Hungarian.
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here in Budapest and share our experience. I really enjoyed this morning's keynotes and roundtables, but I could enjoy it really because I could rely on a great translation work done by the people at the back of the room in their glass cabin. So thank you very much, guys, for what you have done, because you really made my day. I am the mayor of Chanteloup-en-Brie, so being a mayor technically makes me a politician. And in the eyes of many, politicians belong to the lowest category of human beings. Maybe next to people working in banks. I don't know if the guys from the bank is still here, but very close. But I'm not any politician. I'm not a full-time mayor. I also have work for the industry and in the optics, so nothing to do with what I will introduce today. But why did I decide to enter the crazy world of politics, which is a world of pain? But to be useful, very easy. So how to be useful with data, because this is the topic of the day. First of all, for a decision maker like me, the way we use data, we must be very careful, because there are two dangers that we must absolutely avoid. The first one is not to be mesmerized by data. Data are a mean, not an end, and they always must serve a purpose. I'm very happy to see that this institution puts a big emphasis on the human being, and it is very important if every time we think about a new way to use data, create new data, collect them, process them, to remember that data are yet another layer of abstraction that, if not properly used, may keep decision makers away from reality, even further than today. So that's one danger that must be fixed from the get-go. The second issue is that data, when they are processed, data and smart technology may give a second life to public policies that are no more relevant. A lot of public policies would be dead from their natural death without smart cities. But now it's giving a big boost to in terms of efficiency, in terms of power and speed. And that may not be a good thing because our society evolves, our cultures evolve, and so should public policies. And making all public policies more efficient may not always be the right option. So what I find very interesting in the way we address data, we being the public decision makers, is to try to articulate the mean and the end, okay? Not to be obsessed by collecting data, but always trying to prioritize our public policies and maybe create new public policies based on data that exist or do not exist. And that's what brings us to my presentation today. First of all, a small introduction to the context. Chanteloup-en-Brie is a very small town. You never heard about it. Relax, no offense, it's natural, only 4,000 people. But we are part of a larger area that is between, to make it simple, between Paris and Disneyland. If you know either Paris or Disneyland, it's just in between. And that's a very interesting part of France because 50 years ago, the French government expected the Paris population to grow dramatically, and it was decided to create new cities on the outskirts of the city to accommodate, for that part, close to 1 million people. Before this project started, it was all a few villages, many small villages, and open fields with intensive agriculture. That's very important to understand the context. Okay, this slide is a horrible piece of personal propaganda, I'm sorry. But I'm a politician, as I said, okay, we have our problems too. No, I was just trying to say that I travel a lot thanks to my job, and I realized that it's very important to share our experience with people. And my city, even if it's very small, I'm very proud to say that we did a few things that makes it very attractive, and we attracted the interest of many people worldwide, a lot of people from the Far East, because that's where I come from, but not only. And okay, so I'm very happy to add Budapest to my list of visits, and you are all welcome to visit Chanteloup-en-Brie anytime. Chanteloup-en-Brie, a small city big on innovation. Some years ago, the French government took an initiative. The name was France 2030. The idea was to identify some topics and some people to imagine what could be France in the year 2030, that's tomorrow, and how to make it more efficient, more innovative. And in this context, my city, in association with other institutions, we applied and we received a grant named Durable City Demonstrator. Five or six cities in France received this grant. And the idea is to turn the city into a test bed, open sky laboratory to try things. Most of the things we are trying will fail badly, probably, but a few of them will be successful. And we hope that in 50 years from now, people will say, okay, that started in Chanteloup-en-Brie a long time ago. Innovation, durable city covers a lot of fields, not only biodiversity, but also the way we design our cities to make it more in line with what people need in their new way of life. So this is a presentation I did already in several parts of the world, because when I am invited to discuss about smart cities, technologies, and data, it's hard to be original. And I did not want to talk about video protection or traffic controls, because there are specialists worldwide. So I picked a subject that is a bit different, I think, which is farming, growing food near the communities. It's very important because remember the context. You saw the map. Before we started to develop our city, it was open fields, very intensive agriculture, very intense on chemicals, on pesticides, on fertilizers. And as the cities develop, we had one option to get out, to get out of agriculture, which is not good, or to keep some kind of food production close to the inhabitants. But of course, you cannot imagine people in the cities being spread over with chemicals and fertilizers. So if you want to keep agriculture close to your city, or even better, like we are doing in Champlon-Ambry, inside your city, the agriculture must be organic or almost organic. But be careful, organic crop is also a very intensive way of producing food. It's not intensive in chemicals, but it is intensive in biodiversity. It requires a lot of auxiliaries, insects and animals, to make production efficient. It's not a fantasy, it's real. You know, when you leave organic production to its own devices, it is barely profitable, and the production ratio is not very good. But when you are careful to the environment, and when you give organic food production what it needs to be efficient, it is almost as efficient as traditional intensive food. So to make organic food crop efficient, we need a lot of auxiliaries, a lot of insects, to make it simple. So how can we support insects? So I am a mayor that is not supporting my farmers, I'm a mayor that supports my insects. But in the end, it's the same. First of all, most of those animals live during the night. And in cities, we have no more light anymore. So because I don't know, for some reason, people want to sleep knowing that the street is putting light into the sky. So what I did some years ago, and it was new at the time, is to turn off the light at midnight and for 5 hours. I tell you, it's not a vote winning. So if you have some ambitions in politics, don't do this. but I had something in mind, and that brings us to data. Why did I switch off the light? Because I had no alternative. At the time, our public light system was very rudimentary, very simple, so it was either on or off. But since then, I invested in new technologies, in data collection, and slowly, we are almost finished. We are moving to a more advanced city light management system. And thanks to this system, we can decide from one part of the city or another what color of light we need, when to turn it off, turn it on. It's very smart. It relies on a lot of data, geographical data, because we must know where are the insects, we must know where are the farmers, and we must know where are the voters. So it's a combination of all those things. Because if you kill the mayor, all those projects disappear. So you see, when I was talking about an articulation between policies and technologies and data, I started by turning off the light and realized that I was in need of data and data processing system. So politics first, public policy first, and then the data. Okay. Then, good. The insects, they have a great life during the night. They do their insect stuff. They breed, they life. And but they are like us. They need a good diet. They need a good food to be in shape and be able to deliver what we expect from them. So that's very interesting, because we did not know if bees or other auxiliary insects had what they needed in our place to have a very healthy life. So we conducted a study, a 2-year study, 4 seasons, and we collected pollens from the legs of bees. Bees are not the only auxiliaries, but it's a good benchmark. We collected pollens from their legs over 2 years, and we analyzed the DNA of the pollens. And doing this, we collected data month by month about what bees were not eating, but could find it in nature. So by contrast, we knew what was missing in their diets to have a very good healthy life. And we then, based on those data, we changed the way we plant trees and flowers in cities. Most cities have a lot of flowers, a lot of trees. That's not the problem. But if this mayor loves tulips, there will be tulips all over the place. If this mayor loves roses, there will be roses all over the place. That may be nice, but that may not what insects need to be in good shape. So what we did is that, okay, we looked at the result of this study, and based on this data, we changed the public policy, this time it's data that brings a new public policy, and we planted the vegetables that was missing in the bees' diet, and we also encourage our citizens to do the same at home. Okay. And then, when I turned the light off, I gave insects what they need for a very well-balanced diet. It's very important when you go into any project, any public investment, to make sure that it reaches some kind of economical optimum. It's very important because otherwise everything you may try will fail badly. And you know that growing food, being farmer in Europe is not that easy. And to make it very successful, we had to find ways to bypass everything, all the distribution network. So we put in place some connected dispenser, and people, commuters from the train or from their workplace, they can say, okay, tonight I will go and pick up some salad or carrots, and that gives a natural market, an easy, very efficient and with good margins market for the local food growers. So that's very simple, nothing very complicated, but it's a good example, I think, of a new public policy using new sets of data, not only using a lot of data to improve or make existing policies, or worse, to force people into new behaviors just to please the data processing. I don't know if you have this vegetable in Hungary. No, it's a bitter cucumber. We have a large Asian community in our place, so it's nice because we are not growing only bitter cucumber, but we are able to grow food for the local communities, for our people, and that's fine to see that organic food that people want, and that makes farmer able to to make a living. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Olivier. I think you just most important things that we really need in this conference. The first one is, yes, we really live among millions of data, and we have to use that in order to keep on doing service. And the other thing is focusing on the people, focusing on the human being. That's what we are. Our aim as well. And if you combine these two ideas, you will be successful. I wish you success on this way. Thank you so much. És akkor most visszaváltok magyar nyelvre.
And now I switch back to Hungarian, and the interpreters will switch back to English, and we will start the third panel discussion. And in the same way as Gyuri Shanta was the facilitator, I follow him, and I ask now Mr. Géza Juhász from Lechne Knowledge Center. He's the director of the Knowledge Center. He's one of the members of the panel, and he's an expert on urban development, urban management. Krisztina Vámos, Ms. Krisztina Vámos, who is the CDO, Chief Data Officer of the Budapest City Hall. And it's now a very unique moment, a very unique opportunity, because we can hear some success stories of data management from a direct environment. So we are really happy to have you here among us. I'd like to ask now Mr. László Doncs, who comes from Debrecen, and he's the head of the Urban Development Group in the Eastern Hungarian town. He's specializing in GIS systems, and they have very good innovative projects. And also I'd like to ask Mr. Zeno Horváth, who is from the Budapest Transport Center, BKK, and if someone's job is exciting with data management, then his, I'm sure, is very exciting, and you will hear why. And I'd like to ask now Mr. Ádám Varga from the Faculty of Law and Political Sciences from the local Pázmány Péter Catholic University, and he will be the moderator. And I hand over to him now. When you push the button, you're live.
És üdvözlök mindenkit.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry because I have a sore throat, so I have some difficulty speaking, but I hope it won't be a problem. Thank you for the introduction. I think this sore throat is some kind of a punishment for me because I usually talk too much. Thank you for this invitation, and the mayor just gave us a story what it is like being a mayor. I used to be a vice mayor once during my career. Now today we have a very exciting topic. And, well, we had some preliminary discussions on what we are going to talk about in this panel. But first, I'd like to ask our participants to briefly introduce yourself. Just say a few words about your workplace, your position, your relationship with the topic of this panel discussion before we dive deeper into this topic. Well, let's start from the one side, and then we will move to the other side. So when in the panel discussion, please share your comments first, and then we can reflect to each other's contribution. Thank you for inviting me to this panel and to this very inspiring location. And I hope we can discuss some technical topics in detail. I work for the Budapest Transport Company and responsible for our IT departments. I think you are familiar with many of our services, and those who live in Budapest meet and use our services on a daily basis. Since we are a traffic management company, we follow the movement of this city, how people are moving around in this city, and all our activities are based on data. And, well, 100 years ago, you could design the traffic schedule on a piece of paper, but now we need IT systems for that. And the stories I can share with you will be closely related to data management and IT. So I come from a different world. I joined the company 3 years ago. Before that, I worked in business in the multinational world, and I was also involved in data management roles in the past 20 years. At the beginning of this period, there was no cloud, but this world has changed a lot, and I love this new world very much, and I'm always impressed by the progress the world has made over the past 20 years. Thank you for the opportunity to talk at this panel. I come from a municipality-owned organization from the city of Debrecen. We have several responsibilities like investment incentives and urban development, and from strategy to the evaluation of applications and the management of international relations. So we have a wide range of responsibilities. So I come from the user side because we needed loads of data, but there was not too much data available. And in response to this, in Debrecen, we encourage data collection and encourage digitalization, and we want to move along the path of data-driven operation. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kristina Vamos. I will try to articulate and speak slowly so that you can follow me. I work for the municipality of Budapest, and I'm responsible for data management and data utilization. It involves data government, data management, and also data analysis. I joined this office 4 years ago, and I was hired to assess the data assets owned by the capital and how these data can be utilized. I come from social studies. I have this background. First, I had the plan to create predictive models, and well, similarly to the introductory presentation, we wanted to select the flowers to plant, whether we should plant tulips or roses in Budapest, but we faced in many challenges. First, that the data were very difficult to access and obtain. Sometimes we are not even familiar with their location, so we are in a very early stage in our project. We are just trying to assess the data assets available in the city of Budapest, and then we will try to create value-added products based on this data. So this is how I involved in this data field. We joined this event 2 years before, so this is the third data day we attend. Thank you for the invitation. One of our colleagues was already involved in the panel. Well, I'm responsible for the Department of Geospatial Services at Adatnap Knowledge Center. In 2019, LACNA was established with the merger of two former organizations, and I come from VARTI, one of the predecessor organizations where I was responsible European project management, urban development, and regional development. And at this organization, I was closely involved on Geospatial project because this was my background and also my hobby. And when the merger took place in 2019, well, we became into the possession of orthophotos and lots of imaging documents, and what is the relevance for this for municipalities? In the past, we had many projects, and we also do have projects that are aiming to support municipalities with geospatial data and data analysis. I'm interested in your personal motivation in the first place. You mentioned briefly what you do in your current positions, and it's the first time that you have data asset management responsibilities in your current position, or did you have anything to do with data asset management also in the past? And your degree, your studies, how much your studies and degree determined your involvement in data management? Let's start from the other side now. My first workplace was a geography company, a German-Hungarian joint venture, and this company provided data solutions for the government. And well, I was very enthusiastic since I graduated from geography with a specialization in geospatial data. And here, it was 20 years ago, and then my responsibility was to collect data for an upcoming new system, because we suspected that some data are available free of charge. For others, you have to pay, but they wanted me to reduce the price payable. And in those days, municipalities had very limited access to free data or open source data. It was 2011 or 12, and now we are in 2026, 20 years later, and the institution I work for provides services to communities. It provides free land registry data, maps, and also photography images to communities for urban development. And this is major progress compared to the situation 20 years ago, but we still cannot sit back and relax, because when such a data package is transferred to a municipality, it is only larger municipalities that have the software and the skills required to process this data, and we want to support them also in the utilization of this data. Well, I had a very adventurous story. I used to work as a data scientist in Berlin at a startup company involved in B2G, business to government activities. We supported German municipalities to improve their data-driven decision making. And when I moved back to Hungary, well, these municipalities had some data asset management, they had some studies, and they made several surveys on how to improve the efficiency of data asset management at the municipality level. It applies to my German position. And when I moved back to Budapest, I wanted to utilize my experience and share my knowledge here locally in Hungary. But with data asset management, I faced it used it first as a data scientist at the beginning of my career in Germany. I graduated from geography, so it was very early that I gained some insight into geospatial data, the related IT and data management. And during my career, I first worked at the National Academy of Sciences, their organization responsible for regional research and development, and we had several projects where data management was essential. And I faced the challenge that the challenge of data scarcity, that we don't have enough data, and we have very limited access to structured data. And then I joined a company in municipal ownership, where I can join Christina when she said at the beginning that municipalities have a huge data volume, but they are located in disparate databases at many different locations and different formats, and with different upgrade periods. So whether when I had to develop a strategy, or where I had to make analysis, a business analysis, or monitor an economic environment, or do monitoring and follow-up for projects, there was a need that these data have to be made more structured to support our activities. Well, I think I will keep my story shorter, because I started as an engineer, but I'd like to tell you more about the data, the importance of data, how the importance of data changed at the Budapest Transport Company over the past 3 years. Being a traffic management company, as a public service company, we have loads and loads of data, and we can use them in many different purposes, even if we face some challenges similar to those that you mentioned. The reusability of data, for example, is a major challenge for data engineers and for all parties involved. But just to give you an example for the questions that we are seeking answers to, it would be very good to be able to predict how the city is moving in advance. But from a practical perspective, The example I usually give that we have this public bicycle program. It is very difficult to manage these bicycles, their availability at all stations, irrespective of whether there is a concert or any kind of high-profile program in the city. And this is essential in order to create a livable city for the citizens of Budapest. So we try to be very practical, very pragmatic, and we want to keep changes to the minimum. Even if you change something in 1%, you can create major added value for the citizens of Budapest. It is very exciting that it seems that you come from two major directions. You have the theoretical knowledge, you have pragmatic thinking and the geospatial background on the one hand, and then so you have the knowledge and you have to fill this data with this knowledge, and so it may be difficult sometimes to align these two areas together, the knowledge and the data. What about the data assets? Is it properly assessed? Have we identified our data properly in order to structure and utilize them? So we don't say no. I think we don't say no when you ask us the question whether the data asset, whether our data assets are evaluated and assessed. Well, I would say that for all large companies, when recording this data and maintaining this data, and well, in Budapest, for example, the reuse of this data, both in-house and across companies, and making them accessible as a public service provider to researchers or the general public. These are major responsibilities. And just referring back to the regulatory framework, it is very difficult to implement regulations in practice because this is a very complex meta domain where there are many complex issues to be resolved, and like in our field where every data has associated geodata that also have to be managed. So we always have to set priority on a continuous basis. So we always have to find the first priority, the most important task, and then to decide what next steps to take to make our decision-making truly data-driven, and how to do that in a cost-optimized way in line with legal regulations in a compliant way while observing our long-term goals. It requires continuous effort, and we have just many things, many tasks to do over the past or the next 10 years and in the more distant future. May I add something to this? Because the Budapest Transport Company is a major player of the Budapest transport ecosystem, because you've been using data for a long time, and you have reached a level where you understand the importance of the data assets management. At the municipality, we have a two-level system. So we have a two-tier municipality system. And if we have a very simple question, how many trees are there in Budapest? This is a simple question, but it is very difficult to answer because we have 23 data sources to assess, because there is a tree cadastre owned by the municipality, and there are 23 other databases controlled by the districts, by Budapest districts. Because when we assess data assets in Budapest, and we have to consider not only the registered maintained by the central municipality, but also the databases managed by other companies like transport companies, and we also have to cooperate with the districts and district municipalities, because they also have their databases, because if we want to make a database decision, then we also should also consider district level data, which makes seemingly simple questions very complex. Well, but the data assets are properly assessed. I can tell you that we have started this process because it is just a never-ending story, because you have new data that you identify, new data sources that you find in Debrecen. There has been very intensive business development efforts, and it is still underway. And these projects created major challenges for the company. So these processes cannot be managed on and based on paper. So we decided to enter the path of digitalization to promote the progress of the city. And in 2020, there was a major data collection effort involving all departments of the municipalities, the local property management company, and other actors. So we wanted to assess the data, identify the databases available in the city. So it is not an exhaustive assessment that we made, because we still have to add some data sources, databases to our records. But Debrecen is a big city, and it has many diverse organizational units, many diverse activities. So it is very difficult to cover everything with central digitalization.
For example, we have a lot of utility companies or district heating companies or public transport companies, and they should all have their own decentralized, specialized databases and systems. And the goal would be for the whole municipality to make good decisions based on data. And most processes and services are related to geodata. And therefore, we thought that we should build an integrated geospatial database that collects all the data that are needed for decisions at a very deep level. And now we are evaluating this, and I hope that in about 20 years' time we will be at a much mature and higher level. But this is a great job, I mean a very difficult job. And the other thing that we've realized is that we have to understand not only the data we have, but also the data we miss or the data we lack. And we have to find ways to create these data, because they would mean a very important input for the city. But perhaps I will talk about these successful or less successful projects. I'm used my time, so let me continue. I'm really thankful for the organizers because of the dating of this conference. If this question had arrived 2 months ago, whether we have evaluated or assessed our data assets, I would have said no. But now I can see, I can answer this question with a firm yes. In the morning, we could see the results or findings of this assessment exercise. But I must admit that this was a bit more complicated than I initially thought. We had a final plan, and some of our colleagues had additional ideas, and we had to do a lot of iterations with other colleagues in order to complete this assessment. So we identified some tasks in-house. We know now that that data, the volumes and sets of data that we have, but we also have to send this message to all parties or stakeholders concerned. And we have to think about those who have accessed these data. They might want to do their own assessments, and we can tell them that we've already done these assessments, so you don't have to do it once again. And as it was mentioned in the morning presentation, we want to catalyze a nationwide geodata management strategy, and we would be happy to contribute our experience and success stories to that. It's really interesting to hear your stories because you use different approaches. You approach this topic from different perspectives, and it's explained by the fact that you use data and come across data in different ways. Of course, the Budapest Transport Company they have a vested interest in evaluating their own data to manage them systematically and to draw the conclusions. And municipality actors are in a more difficult position from this regard, I think, because to answer the question what kind of data you need at all is a big question. I don't want to get rid of my facilitator's role, but I remember now a story when I was working for a municipality and we received a phone call, a request, and they asked us to send the list of crosses available on public spaces, and we told them that why would you think that we have this list? We've never made a cadastre of the crosses erected on public places, so that there might be some other potential sets of data that will be necessary later on. And now that you've talked about it, let me ask, do you have a clear success story in your job that you can share, where you can say that, yes, we consciously manage data and achieve this good result? Yeah, Adatnap Center, Knowledge Center this is their role, of course. I think it's really important that in the 2010s, in the mid-2010s, when our predecessor organizations were mentioned, they were always considered to have and use or sit on very valuable data sets, but they don't want to make them public. And if you need any data from their database, you have to pay a huge amount of money for that. And maybe that opinion was true. But now, in 2026, if I focus only on municipalities, we can provide national GIS map and ortho photos and land survey cadastres, and we launched land registered data inquiry system, which focuses not only on municipalities, but I'm sure that this will make their lives easier. So I hear less criticism today, but we still have a lot of challenges, of course. As far as the open data are concerned, I think we made a great progress, and you can see the tangible results of that. So this is a generic remark, if you want. This is a success story. And to name a specific project, a lot of municipalities use the e-utility system, and it has several submodules. And one of the submodules is an informative map. And if you access this map, you can see all the trails or tracks of utility lines. And there were a lot of legislative debates and discussions before this model was built. But now this model is ready, and the data are residing on various servers. But physically we don't have any utility data, but we just provide the interface for these organizations to visualize their data, and we are acting like a central hub, but it was really difficult for us to have this data model approved by the stakeholders, but it was proven a success story. Of course, we also received criticisms for the EU, as for the utility, that sometimes data are not entirely precise. But this is explained by the fact that you can't think about the Lechner Noise Center only, but other stakeholders, and we should open up towards other players who can send us real customer or client feedback. When Adam, you started this question about success stories, I was thinking very hard to find one which is really visible to the public, and I'm really envious of the Budapest Transport Center. But thinking about the background work, the biggest success is that data asset management is now in an institutional form. We have started to identify the foundations. We started to develop a strategy for the entire city, not only the mayor's office, but for covering all institutions and companies. So we initiated a discourse, a dialogue, and the fact that we are here and we are invited to this conference is a success story in itself. Well, if you'd like me to mention a success story, I can think of many. First, I would start with a renewed regulation and development policy or directive, and the underlying GIS system. And this means that this is available not on a PDF document, but the system is available to the public, to users, public users, anyone, and the system can give you the data if you inquire about a specific land registry number. And this is the interface, public interface, but in the background, in the backend, we are expanding this with a lot of data and various types of data, and we provide services to the public based on that. But if I may mention other success stories, the district heating company has their own GIS database, and they know the specific points of the heat exchangers that they have in the district heating system, and they can provide up-to-date data to the public, to the residents of the city. Or we launched a pilot project in the city of Debrecen where we wanted to get the authentic data and the real data, and therefore, for example, taxation data, we can compare taxation data with built-in ratio data from the property database, and we can now say that the given company or a specific actor has this size of building and they have to pay this amount of tax. And this is a success story, I think, because it encourages compliance with legislations in the private sector, and it also enables the municipality to find more value in data, because we are not a classical private entity. We also have to do digitization, but the municipality has been using systems that are decades old, and these systems are not easy to shape, but these typical projects are really forward-looking. Or I can mention the waste collection system in city management. We managed to optimize the tours, the waste collection tours, and thereby we are more cost efficient. Or we prepared a cadastre of the public cemeteries. We now have all the data of all tombs. Now we can see that the cemetery is filling up with new tombs, and we can say that we still have time to expand the area of the cemetery because it's not filled up yet. I'd like to share invisible stories, so not visible ones. Of course, we have a lot of published reports. If you love transportation, you can have access to all kinds of data now, and this is part of our work, and I hope that these data are usable to people, not only those who love transport. But there's a lot of efforts behind that, and these efforts were made over the past 4 to 5 years in data management and data governance and operation of data warehouses. This is not visible to the outside world because it's the data only that they have access to. But from data management to identifying data sources and consolidating them, BKK, Budapest Transport Center, has worked very hard to reach to this point. And I think we can be proud of this achievement because this has an impact on the models that we can share. These are not Excel-based modeling, but we have real data science support behind them. And just to pick a user story, this is a very long journey, a difficult one, but similar to large enterprises, you can see that data scientists and data engineers have contributed thousands of hours of work. And so some of our projects are not visible to the public, but they are very valuable and they are very useful for people. You know, the Budapest application, most people have season passes, but you often check the timetable of buses. And my son, for example, always checked the arrival time of the buses to go to school. And we made a development which made the predictability of buses more punctured or more reliable. Because in a city it's a big story because there can be traffic jams and there are traffic lights and you can discuss academic questions. Why can Google predict the estimated time of arrival in a city today but not tomorrow? Why is it that in the logistics sector you can solve this problem very successfully but not in the public transport system? Anyway, in some cases we managed to improve predictability with 3 seconds, and it's important not only to my son but those who use these public buses. But at the end of the story is that my son has been streaming his journey and finding ducks on the way, and he missed the bus even though the bus was arriving on time. So from your answers, it's clear to me that due to a constraint or for other reasons, you are managing data professionally. But now let me switch to economic usability topic. Do you have joint projects with others where your experience shows that this is not so professional? Do you have any information about your partners, the difficulties they face? it's from my own experience. It was in 2011. I was an elected representative at a small settlement, and my friend asked me to let them present their GIS system. And we were amazed at the features and functions and the presentations. And we had two comments or requests or questions. What should we do with that? Or would we be capable of making it available? Because the capability or the skills are not always there. Do you have any information on that, at municipalities? What is making the lives of municipalities difficult? I'd like to talk about connections and interfaces in the city. To manage public transport, you have to rely on a lot of data sources, various data sources. And in an ideal urban management model, you have data about everything under the ground, 3 meters above, 10 meters above the ground. And these actors are in constant direct relationship with one another. And a lot of people contribute to the operation and management of a city, whether paper-based or online or through telephones or emails or BPI. So, but it's, and then you always have the legacy systems that are really outdated, but it was not cost efficient to replace them. But the dilemma is rather this. What investment do you need to find a good answer to this? Can it be on the top of the list of priorities, or is it just a question of data maturity? Or should we launch a transformation exercise? Or do we have to sign new contracts, or do we need a new legislative framework for that? So these things make our lives difficult.
Those of you who are involved in data management, you know, they always keep facing challenges. Just a few examples from municipalities. When you work for a municipality, and if you want to get from A to B in digitalization or with your digital services, you have to understand the process in detail, the full length of the process. When you want to digitalize something, you have to start from the bottom and move up gradually. And the whole process needs to be digitalized, because a digital service will function well when your database is always up to date. And to have an up-to-date database, you have to channel data to the right place immediately and make the process as automatic as possible without or with minimum human intervention, because this is the only way to provide good quality services. So it also involves process management, and it takes a lot of time to understand the process, and it is also costly, and you have to invest in this project. If you select your data properly, your digitalization project will pay off in the end. But when you have a limited budget, sometimes it is difficult to find the funding and to convince decision makers to provide the funding. And it also makes people leave their comfort zone, because people usually they want to insist on their old processes, and it generates some resistance from your staff when you want to digitalize a process. And in many we have much more data available in the public sector than 10 years ago, but in urban planning, for example, we could do with a lot more data. And well, as it was mentioned in the previous panel, it would be very good to have a central data source that will ensure the authenticity and the integrity of data. So it will be good to have a central data source for that, and would be a labor-intensive and financially intensive, high-investment project to create such a centralized, authentic database. But at the national level, this would clearly pay off. What I'd like to highlight, that was mentioned in the morning in the keynote address, that this is not only a technology, but it requires a change of mindset. It requires the development of new competences. And I don't know how it works at other municipalities, but based on my own experience, it is one thing to set up the infrastructure to transfer data from A to B and replace email processes with automatic data transfer, but it is very difficult to convince people that these data are actually valuable, that they can utilize them in a meaningful way, that they should share this data, and they should not be envious about the data. So I think you should change the thinking, you should change the mindset. It is one thing that you have to provide the budget and you have to provide the infrastructure, but it also requires an organizational level mindset change. And most recently, our company and our partners had discussions with municipality staff, and we have geospatial data managers who think that municipalities need geospatial solutions badly. And when we try to approach smaller municipalities and we ask them about their needs, what they need, and it seems that we could set up categories of municipalities, where the small municipalities and bigger, more wealthy municipalities gave very different answers. Small municipalities did not demand any geospatial data. What they said that they want to digitalize the protocols of their municipality meetings. Or at Lake Balaton, they have some local communities with 600 people, and there is they have a customer service which is very busy in the summer. They would welcome an AI-based customer service solution, a call center solution, to manage their incoming customer service calls. And these projects have nothing to do with geospatial data, but they just respond to a genuine municipality need. And at the other end of the spectrum, we have large municipalities who want to have web-based interfaces with lots of geospatial data. Many municipalities are interested in them, but they don't want to pay for that. And other municipalities, that they even have a better solution already in place. And we don't want to compete with them, because we have some professional service providers in the market who can provide these geospatial services to municipalities who can pay for it. And we can, for these municipalities, we can provide analytics support for their existing solutions. Well, I was just the same thing on my mind. It is not by coincidence that at Adatnap knowledge centers you are in contact with all these actors. Well, for smaller municipalities, it is out of question to create their own infrastructure. They have no staff, no money for that, and they are not willing to pay for it. They are unable to pay for it because they just don't have the funds But very often they say that they are not interested. They have these old and established paper-based processes. They are still managing text data on a hard copy basis, and sometimes they just resist. They have concerns about new solutions. They think it will just generate extra work for them, and I think we will discuss this more in detail later, because I think our audience will have questions related to this based on their own experience with municipalities, because I believe that you have to manage these disparate needs from municipalities, and it is lucky that we have the representatives of Debrecen and Budapest, the two largest cities in Hungary. But there are many challenges and many difficulties with small municipalities, and they also struggle with the lack of funding. Then now I have a very targeted, a very specific question to do from the regulatory side, the regulatory framework. What do you think about the regulatory framework? Can you identify anything missing from the regulatory framework that should be provided? And how do you see the legal obligations that has it ever happened to you that you had a good idea, but then you had a conflict with the DPO because they had privacy-related concerns or compliance concerns? Because there are many data that you are not allowed to access or not allowed to use for privacy or GDPR-related reasons. Well, I have mixed feelings about this issue, because the regulatory framework is like gravitation. It is a given. You have no other option than comply with it. But today's regulatory framework is very difficult to follow, because not only because it is highly complex and it covers a wide range of fields, and data engineers cannot be required to know GDPR by heart, and the data experts and regulatory staff speak different languages. They use different terms. They have different motivations. So from our side, we want to comply with the law in a cost-optimized way. These are our two key priorities. And well, on the technology side, I think that technology capabilities are available to address and resolve many problems, but these solutions may not be compliant with EU requirements or local requirements. And when the regulatory framework is changing, and it is getting more stringent. So I don't think that we are limited by the regulatory framework. Sometimes the rules are difficult to follow, and for large companies, it is a major challenge to create a healthy governance culture and maintain a healthy governance culture, and it may slow down progress. But, well, this is not an option. You have to be compliant. And there's another side of this story. Sometimes we have a technology that is on the borderline. Many services today, you could improve services with computer vision technologies, for example. Here you have to identify the data sources that become available using new technologies in a compliant way. So these are the issues where we are trying to find a solution, whether we can find the regulations that apply to our activities and our development projects, and whether we can meet them. And I'm not a legal expert, but from a legal perspective, I think it is a challenge for municipalities because it is not a question that you have to comply with the rules. You have to be compliant, that's clear. But in today's regulatory framework, provides an opportunity for municipalities to improve their practices. And it is not only about regulations, as it was mentioned in the morning, that the EU regulations are likely to be simplified and there will be changes to simplify processes. But when you have your internal rules, when you have their local operation, it is these processes sometimes are difficult to manage even at a local level, and it requires resources, and municipalities simply don't have the resources available. And this is a challenge, and it can create a difficult situation for municipalities. Let me give you a specific story and a more general story. Last week, me and my colleague attended a drone conference, a drone imaging conference, where we saw a presentation that there was a small community with a land register-based map. Sometimes it included some inaccuracies, and they used a drone technology, created high-definition orthophotos, and they had a very professional team that updated the land register based on these images, drone images in practice. But these data were not fed into the official land registry, and we saw these beautiful high-definition photos. They saw about images about the land register before and after the project. And after the presentation, 2 municipalities approached them, and they said that there was a huge need for such drone-based updates, and they may even get the budget for such a project. That, well, the processes and the analysis for updating the land register using such technology are already available at Lechner Knowledge Center. So we would use geographical data, and we could use also drone data to update the land registry. But currently we face legislative obstacles, so we cannot use drone technology for such land registry updates. So what I could tell the mayors approaching me, that we can do such projects once the legal regulations are amended accordingly. And within Lechner, if we have a geospatial strategy, but it seems that to apply this strategy and convert it into a national level geospatial policy and have discussions with actors across ministries and institutions, for this we should cooperate with the National Geospatial Committee, and in a medium run, it would be very beneficial for the municipalities if they were involved in such discussions, because and the legal framework should be adjusted, should be amended to enable the use of new technologies. Just extra question to you related to this, because but anyone is free to comment, that does this growth curve should this growth or this progress be catalyzed by municipalities do you have the impression that municipalities are simply not interested in this development? In the past, it was a common mistake that we wanted to tell municipalities what they needed in advance, and now the story has changed, and now we ask their opinion in advance. We try to respond to their needs, but proactivity would clearly accelerate this process. So if municipalities were proactive, this process could be accelerated. And well, we are nearing the end of our discussions, the end of this panel. Can you identify some trends that shows the future development directions of this field? What untapped opportunities do you see in data asset management, in data sharing or connecting your databases? What do you think should be or could be done? I want to highlight three major issues. In the data asset management, the next step would be, and well, I can't see the timing, but data sharing, mutual data sharing or data exchange would be very important in a standardized form. Everybody is working on that, but we don't know when, what the timing will be, because it is a long process and we don't see the end yet. And the other issue, which is more technology related, that modeling an urban structure can be done in two different ways, and both ways could bring change and improvement. But one is computer vision. Computer vision could help us a lot, because data extracted from camera imaging could be used to count the number of cars, the number of bicycles, etc. And this data could be used for our models. It has also some security aspects, service quality aspects, of course. But we still can't see how feasible it would be in a small community or in a bigger city, and it requires more work. But in an ideal world, if computer vision can have practical use, but I think that there are some tasks in every city where human resources simply won't be available. You cannot count traffic on an ongoing basis. Computer vision can solve this issue for you.
And the other thing that was still not available 10 years ago, and I'm not saying that it's still cost efficient, but it's the operation and running of large city models. Lack of data, due to lack of data and the uncleanliness of data, it's still not cost efficient. But if we have models that are more efficient to run, it's going to be more accessible, and the level of cost will go down, and cities can afford to use these models, not only large US multinationals. It's clear that in data connection or connecting data pools and data-based or data-driven decision-making, there are a lot of rooms for improvement. Obviously, in the case of larger cities, public transport is a very important area, as it is in Debrecen, and it's a very complex one to manage it well based on data. But I think there are open opportunities in other areas. For example, to give you a specific example, in Debrecen, we are currently developing a tree cadastre in Debrecen and a related map. And if we connect these two, then in urban planning, if we are planning green areas, public green areas, we can make major improvements. And these are just two things I mentioned. There are even a lot more other that we can't think of now. If we'll have the data available, we can come up with other innovative things. The sky is the limit. I think we are just scratching the surface. I think if we consider the urban management, there will be a lot of other areas, and connecting data hubs will make city management even smarter, and this will pay off in the long run. That's clear. Geodata and IT development. We are inclined to think that setting up yet another IT system will help us, but I think we should step on the brake pedal, because we should offload IT systems or switch them off, because we can provide additional services with better utilizing data and analyzing data. This is the right direction. And the Lechner Knowledge Center is involved in service design thinking, and we want to encourage this approach. Before we develop any system, we have to talk to the users, we have to understand their needs, user needs, and agile development can deliver good results. And even for municipalities, rather than writing or developing waterfall models for a long time. So agile thinking, service design, these are the buzzwords. And even though we believe that our data and services are well known, but it's not always true, a nationwide ecosystem map would be useful, and we should advertise that. We should advertise it among municipalities. And equally important is, and we are part of an international project, the Danube Data Cube. We are involved in a development project where weather forecast and soil quality data are put into a cloud-based system, and this includes Hungary and Romania and Slovakia. And the Danube Data Cube can solve a lot of problems, and if a farmer needs information about a piece of plot to calculate water demand or crop yield, this system can help these farmers to find answers to their questions. So this unmeasurable amount of data and the available services should be made clear, should be advertised among municipalities and users. Let me mention one more thing. I've just remembered that interconnecting data and it requires the interconnection or connection of users. And it's we don't always have to approach the data-driven operation from this angle. The experience is available, so you don't always have to start another IT investment. You have to put the data to the appropriate place, and you can use synergies. Even small stakeholders can use synergies. Because if you want to build it on your own from scratch, it requires a lot of resources. And not only the physical IT equipment, but the annual operational costs, which can be huge, because you have to think software and programming and development. So it makes sense to try to find partners and involve them in your projects. We had such a cooperation, the environmental monitoring system, and this system measures air pollution and water quality data. I'm just thinking if there's still something in you that you want to share, but I didn't ask. But now I think I will open up the floor for a Q&A, short Q&A session. I know it always starts, it doesn't start easily, but let me not speak. I think Kristen is in a difficult situation. She has problems with her voice, and I will follow her. So please, anyone in the room, you can ask questions to the members of the panel. My question is related to personal data and the protection of the legislation on the protection of personal data can limit your ability to analyze data. And I was just wondering if you can mention an example where you could have used a technology or utilize data, but due to the stringent data protection regulations, you were not able to do so. Let's hear the questions first, and you can answer. My question is that the whole session is about data management. Have we decided that data are confined to geodata, geospatial data only, or we can talk about other data? And the other question is, you were discussing the use of GIS in operational data tasks. For example, in energy management, I think that we need a huge amount of real-time geodata for an energy system to work efficiently. Can you tell me some words about this, whether you have been involved in this or not? Because this has daily tasks in a city energy management. It encompasses a lot of areas, response to weather, extreme weather conditions, etc. So are you involved in operational tasks at this level? Sorry, why the next person is thinking about their question, let me respond this. This conference is not about geodata only. So the scope of data is really much wider. We want to make this open the discussion on any data. Any other questions? Hi everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and ask a question. The collection of metadata was a really good idea, and there was a good French example. There was a very good example from France how we can use these data and to support our everyday health. And I really trust that the collection of data will support our future lives in many other ways. I can't see any other person to ask questions. Regarding the first two questions, I can think about an own example. Yes, the collection of personal data, there's a positive constraint on technology development. As a public utility company, a public service provider, of course, we have an ethical obligation that we want to comply with, even though we have more opportunities thanks to technology. Everyone knows that we have supercomputers in our pockets, and you know that in a suboptimal case, a lot of data can be used by many actors all over the world, not only in nice ways. So the technology gives opportunities to anyone, but in the world of public utilities and public services, it's not a question that we will use them without the consent of the owner of the data. Where it is more difficult, though, and I'm talking about our efforts to create data, we have to anonymize data, and very precisely, and we have to think about the acceptable level of anonymization. It's a dual story. So technology is a lot more advanced than what is ethical. And from our own example, getting back to GIS, in the context of the Budapest Transport Center, we have other operations that have no spatial dimension. But most information related to most of our services have a spatial dimension. But we do not necessarily handle this as a geospatial issue. And we have to target a cost level that is affordable to us, because if sometimes it's enough to be meter accurate rather than millimeter or centimeter accurate using a map. And there's the question of data analysis. There's a very pragmatic approach to this. Do we have to handle all this in a very super complex system, or it's enough if we say that the ticket vending machine points, we know them approximately where they are, because we can use that in a certain context. Regarding personal data, legal regulations must be complied with. This is no question. Is a car's number plate number is personal data or not? That's another question. But it can be useful to know from a city transport management point of view, to know the entry point and exit point of a car in a city public roads. The technology is capable of managing that, and if this is resolved, this would provide a lot of benefits in traffic management. But in reality, we have constraints. Our hands are sometimes tied. If I think about a municipality, a city is a spatial entity, is a spatial organization. And when it comes to energy management systems, this is very complex. We started this, we made some initial steps, but we are not at a high level. In the first round, we are trying to monitor data to have good data foundations, reliable data foundations. And now we are trying to measure consumption. And we collect this data at regular intervals at the central hub. We are involved in a international pilot project in a kindergarten which had a refurbished and renovated energy system. We installed sensors in the building, depending on several functions in children's rooms. And we wanted to model, for example, carbon oxide sensors, radiator valve setup. And if we educate the people present, kindergarten nurses, to schedule the ventilation or opening of windows and fine-tune the running start time of boilers, we can save a lot of costs. With a relatively small investment, we can save a lot of money. And we are trying to roll out this to expand that to a higher level. So this is the question of GIS or not. I remember an internal workshop that we organized to develop our own strategy, and we spent 3 hours trying to answer this question. We had a lot of pros and cons, a lot of arguments, how we defined geodata, and not because this is our hobby, but it matters when strategy is at stake. So, and in the morning sessions, we heard some concepts about this. I'm saying all this because this is not a trivial question. Everyone defines this for himself or herself in a different way. So you asked us to give you specific examples of not going ahead with a project due to constraints on the use of personal data. I remember a small volume thing, which is, I'm sure, is related to personal data. The other is not. So we have been developing, and we are running the Urban Development Information System, which offers a lot of useful data for municipalities. And, for example, this includes revenue data of companies and tourism-related companies, number of guest nights, and whenever we made analysis using those data, after a while we realized that something was not correct. The math just didn't work. And we wanted to find the reasons for that. We realized that there are some settlements where there's only one accommodation, and the value of revenue was 0. And even though it was not a big thing whether that settlement had only one accommodation, but when you're analyzing aggregated data, it does matter. And the other thing, I'm not sure it is related to personal data or not, but it occurred to me because of the discussion of energy management, and the Lechner Knowledge Center manages energy management-related data, and we often really receive inquiries about the certificates, energy certificates. We are requested to provide them, and we said that yes, we are happy to do that, but there are legal constraints. We cannot provide these data because these include the issuer and user. I'm not sure this is a personal or privacy-related issue or not, but anyway. Well, the time available for this session is over, so I think it's not my task whether this discussion was useful for the public or for the audience or not, but I can tell you that it was really refreshing and interesting for us to meet the representatives of other professions. And given that I'm not a conference organizer, I will convey this message to the organizers to continue organizing these interdisciplinary discussions. I want to thank Géza Juhász, Kristina Vámos. I wish her to get better. I hope she's better now. I thank László Dancs and Zeno Horváth for being with us. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you very much. And please do not leave yet. We are going to have a short coffee break, and we will continue at 4 o'clock. We will talk about organizational data cycles. This is one of the most interesting topic. So please stay with us, and we will continue in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Tisztelt kollégák!
Dear colleagues, let's resume. Dear colleagues, let's resume the conference. I now ask the panelists to come forward and take their seats. As I said before, we will drop an exciting bomb of a topic. We're looking forward to representative of OTP Bank, and I hand over now to Mátyás Miskolci, who will talk about data management maturity assessment. Thank you. Welcome. Hi everyone. My name is Mátyás Miskolci and I represent OTP Bank. I'm specializing in data strategy within the bank. I'm the head of the data strategy squad, which is responsible for developing a data strategy for the entire banking group, and other strategic topic related to data management belong to us. Although I have only one head, I have two caps, and I'm the representative of DAMA Hungary. And similarly to my colleague Gergő, who held the morning keynote presentation, I'm also a member of the DAMA Hungary organization. Gábor is here, our chairman. He will be the moderator of the next panel discussion. And there's a very strong cooperation between these two caps. This data management maturity assessment model has been actively used within OTP Group, but at DAMA we set up a separate working group to further develop this model and rely on experience available not only at our bank but at other sources within the profession, and involve other users and build in their experience. And in return, we are happy to share the experience we gather with others. Now, on the left-hand side of this slide, you can see this DAMA wheel. This is the data management wheel, a new version of that. It has an older version which looks like a lemon cake, but it has a different color. And at least it has some color. The previous one was blue entirely. I highlighted the part which is about a data management maturity assessment. The previous one didn't even have this. Even the international organization realized the importance of that, so much so that they decided to put it on the wheel. Because we have to find the functional and support element of data management. The key idea behind is, why is it worth dealing with this at all? I will present a model that we are using, but as a forward, similar to other models, this is also makes generalizations. It ignores some things or uses generalizations. The importance is to understand that this is a model, and once we are talking about human-focused or human-centered data management, a good model is one that presents the thing in the focus and it expands this focus. Even though this human has 8 peripheries, 8 4 arms and 4 legs, but it's not a spider. And there are elements that refer to movement, and we also need to find the level of abstraction to help us use the results or findings in a smart way. There are a lot of details that are not visible, and the question is it enough if we use this level of abstraction, or we should further simplify it? We can further simplify it, of course, but it might not be helpful to us. So why are we making data management maturity assessments at all? 10 years ago, if someone said data management maturity assessment, I was scratching my head. What is he dealing with? Before joining my current employer, OTP, when I was a kindergarten guy, my symbol was not OTP, the OTP logo, but I used to work as a consultant, and I've been dealing with data in my previous roles, and we often met the following challenge. Should we develop a data strategy or not? But for that, we have to know where we are. You always have to know where you are, what is your starting point. Because if you know that, then you can develop a meaningful plan or a strategy. Even more so if you know where you want to get to. And whether it's about data or not, at the end of the day, you live from money, you need to be profitable, and you need to win businesses. And if you sell your data, which can be part of a business, but in the morning we said that OTP is not selling data, but some companies do sell data. If an organization is not selling data, then they also have their business objectives and they are earning profit, and you implement your strategy by meeting these objectives. Now, how we can help stakeholders to find a good data strategy? And for this, you need a good model. If the model is too simple, you will only know that you are not at the desired point, and later you will reach that. A three-phase model has these 3 steps, but it's not always helpful. I usually use the analogy, the following analogy. When you go to see the doctor, a physician, the physician asks you how do you feel. It listens to your breathing, and he asks you questions of, are you smoking? And he says some advice. At least you can tick off that you visited the doctor. But if you go to a health screening, ECG or blood test and other things, then you can have more findings. But it's still up to the person what he will or she will do with the findings. The model that we have now at DAMA is more like the latter case. It's like a test for pilots. It's not answering questions in a survey, but it can give you a more complex understanding of where you are in this data maturity, data management maturity. And it can also give you some guidelines as to what problems you can expect in the future. And I try not to make the life of the interpreters difficult, but Jenny Reiter P. Howard said that you cannot give traffic policeman to every person who's giving slaps on the face of other people. But here in this model, we're trying to do so. And similarly or typically, you can expect the next step. We mentioned already it would be great to know where we are, where we want to get to, but you can be successful in that if you know these two endpoints and you want to draw the journey in between. Now, at OTP, we are working to develop the new edit strategy, but we want to be like Waze. We want to take the current traffic situation into consideration. The target point will be at the same point, but we can dynamically fine-tune the strategy. So this is what the model looks like, or rather, this was the previous state. This is a phased maturity model which has 7 phases. This version of the model has 7 phases, and it has 17 aspects. So 7 columns and 17 rows or lines in the matrix. Nothing special, nothing magic. I will have a slide about under the bonnet, and this means that there are symptoms identified for these 7 times 17 cases. And these symptoms can help the company to understand their own situation and say, yes, in terms of data quality, this is one of the 7 topics. This is the case. These are the typical cases that we meet, that we encounter. Or you can say, we are well beyond that. We are more advanced. We are at a more advanced level. And then we can put a dot or a tick in that matrix. And the objective or purpose of this interview is not to talk about the aspects, but we usually interview business decision makers, and we listen to their description of what they are doing with the data, how they are handling these so-called data products, which are produced by not their direct colleagues, but other data management specialists, and what their expectations are for the future in this regard. And let me stay with the bank because I'm more familiar with that, but retail, risk, corporate, and finance, all departments are visited, and if we do these interviews, by the end of that we have we can set up a diagnosis. And other additional interviews can deny or confirm that our understanding is correct, but we can more or less pinpoint the correct position in terms of data management as a result of the interviews. And once you understand the details, we can give the client a very complex picture of where they are or their maturity level. And to get to the next level in the maturity model, we can help them and help them to design their journey. And the ECG curve that is from the bottom left corner up to the top right corner, it describes alternating cycles of evolution and revolution. We continue to do what we want to do, but there are certain problem points when you have outgrown your own code. You don't want to it's not nice to buy a new coat. I don't like the color of this new coat. What should I do with the old coat? But once you have the bigger new coat, you have survived and passed this revolutionary phase. And for a certain period, you can still grow because you have a big enough coat to operate conveniently. And these revolutionary phases are the periods in time when it's good to have support from the outside, a third party who can help you to cross a ditch, to leap over a bridge, rather than just walk. The bad news is that these phases do not repeat itself at the same time. Another problem is that when you are at the revolutionary phase in all 8 topics, that's really inconvenient. But it happens very rarely or never when you feel yourself to be in one phase only. And sometimes it happened that a company was in phase 6 and 5 at the same time. So the reason why this model has 7 phases is because this was the horizon that we could cover. We could describe the status of at the 7th level. We understood that there should be a way forward. When did we start this, Gabor? About 2.5 years. And we gathered sufficient experience to build the version 2.0, in which we have phase 8 and phase 9. We have some entities, companies, member companies of the OTP group, where data management solutions are used, which make us envious, even though I'm satisfied with the one that we use. But there are always other companies that are more advanced, and you want to learn from them. And it's good to have foreign colleagues who are more experienced in certain facets of life. So whether this has a future, a further future, I'm sure it has, but I'd rather not draw it. So these 9 phases will be okay and enough for us in the future. I promised a slide about what's under the bonnet. I'm just projecting this to you to show, to prove that the symptoms are all described. And when I say that we have tangible knowledge and experience behind, even from outside the group, it means that we are expanding the scope of symptoms in a given cell. The more interviews, the more evaluations or assessments we make, the more symptoms we'll be able to describe. Data quality is in line 3, and in phase 3, there's an and/or relationship. And here we mean that the interviewee said, okay, I know what you mean, fine, it's almost what we have, but, and the interviewee mentions another symptom, which is more or less about the same situation or more status, but we include this in our list of symptoms, and next time we'll be able to better identify this at the next customer. And it can be useful for the other colleagues of the same company, because if they see the size of the symptoms, then an increasing number of people can be sure and confident that they are in that status. And I always say that there are no good, right or wrong answers. Of course, when you have high temperature, you can put the thermometer not to fit your armpit correctly, or when you are a schoolboy, you can put your thermometer on the radiator. But it's the same here. But it makes no sense to cheat yourself. If you want, you can, of course. But it's not helping you to reach your objective, because the starting point is not there where you really are. And the itinerary that you drew is not precise. And on the other hand, within the banking group, this can become an expectation. If people expect that we are at a very high level of data management, and others will make complaints, I can say that we have automated data cleansing methods, and this will be the expectation, and people will say that don't ask for budget extension for data cleansing because this is fine. But when you want to build something on that, you will realize that it's not true. So it's in the vested interest of both parties, the client and the person making the assessment, that this is a reliable state, and you can build the strategy on that.
If you have any question related to my slides, I will be here and available in the next few minutes, so please just ask your questions. And to give you a further outlook, that the other activities with this model under DAMA, an AI agent-aided version of this model is under development. It will be an agent that for the interviews and for processing the interviews, it will provide us support. And this model will also help us to accelerate the interview process and to process the information faster. And when if the business strategy can be fed into the agent, it won't release any data outside the boundaries of the given company, but it will be using an expert. So we will continue to complete expert interviews in the future, but the experts involved in this interview process can be much more efficient using this agent model. So we are developing this agent model right now, and then a pilot will take place. You see a logo in the corner, Data Expo, so you see our partner in this project. I don't think I would spend time with the backup, but I would hand over to Balázs or Gábor, and thank you for your attention. Welcome, everybody. Gábor Halász, president of DAMA in Hungary. Just a few more words about our association. We are an NGO, a non-profit organization, and we are working with this methodology. We try to use this methodology for the public good. And we thank the Utopia Group, giving us a license for using their methodology, the methodology they developed. Our organization was established to provide a platform for Hungarian data management specialists and to give them a platform for dialogue and discussion in a vendor-agnostic way so that they can come together and exchange their experience, their challenges, results, and find a common tone and develop a common shared methodology that can be used for all. I encourage you all, if you are interested in our organization, you are welcome to join our membership. Let me introduce the participants of the panel discussion, most of whom are members of DEMA, and those who are not members of DEMA yet. Vince is not a DEMA member yet, but I hope that he will join us soon. Because some National Data Asset Agency staff are already members of DEMA. Zakariás Gonyit, he's head of data management and business intelligence at the MVM Group. László Ipacs, statistics, head of the statistics directorate of the Hungarian Central Bank. Gergely Szalai, business data director of Graphisoft, and Judit Gyöngy Demjén, who is head of strategy and data governance at the Generali Hungarian Insurance Company. Vince Krucsina, who is managing director of the National Data Asset Agency. And Matyás has already been introduced, representative of OTP. So we cover very broad business area. And what we want to discuss today, how are we doing this data maturity assessment? When I'm reading and reviewing legal regulations, a short story by István Örkény, a Hungarian writer, often comes to my mind. It's a very short story. First, remove the equipment, then open the door, then get close to the source of fire, then extinguish the fire, then close the door, close the valve, then return the device back to the wall. So these are the instructions that we usually give. And those who are here with me are the firefighters who use this fire extinguishing design to extinguish the fire. So these fire extinguishing instructions are very similar to the instructions we tend to use and receive. Let's position your organization on the maturity diagram that has been introduced. What is your current position, your current status in data maturity assessment? What process do you have in place? What is your current situation? Thank you. What Matyás presented, the MVM group has already completed this maturity assessment. When we did this project, Maciej was still a member of our team. And well, this assessment, since then the assessment has been repeated, and it seems that we have progressed. We have 109 subsidiaries, and the maturity is not uniform, but we are at level 7. I don't believe in level 9, so I don't think a data-driven company can be a reality. I think a company understanding data is a realistic goal. We have 19,000 employees at our group, and 5,000 of them use some kind of a BI report, and 500 people attend BI training courses. And we clearly say that we are making progress. At the central bank, Well, our situation is a bit different from the companies who are in manufacturing or who are making profit. We have the data that we need because we have the regulations in place and that allow us to collect all the data required. As for third-party data, we have to create two major focuses on data, asset management, which considers the resources of service providers, the data providers, and for internal processes, we try to identify a minimum of maximum level, which means that decision support data should definitely be available, not more and not less. Because when we collect data and store data and maintain or retain data, these are all very resource-intensive tasks, and we want to manage our resources as efficiently as possible. And we had to set up our internal structures in line with these principles. And well, we are somewhere in the middle of this 7-level structure, or slightly above the middle, but it's very difficult to classify the central bank because our decisions are based not only on data, but also based on other considerations. I would rather say that we make data-based decisions, but in addition to data-based decision, we consider also other factors other than data, yet data are essential to make the right economic decisions at the central bank. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm in the privileged position that I spent a lot of time in highly fragmented holding-based organizations, and it seems that at a member company level, you can do it right, but if you don't do it at a holding level, but if you don't have a uniform methodology, then you will have data conflicts. And it is a major challenge in such a fragmented environment that you have mergers and acquisitions all the time. And no matter where you put a new organization, a minor or major acquisition can change the whole picture in either direction. As Miklós mentioned, you can sometimes learn from your member companies. You have to consolidate your knowledge. And I'm in a lucky position that since last December, I work on the data strategy of our parent company, Nemetschek, and I'm also responsible for the establishment of a new data management platform. This is my sole responsibility now, and I'm very pleased that these requirements were set at a parent company level, and the challenge is similar to that of OTP, that we have to develop a strategy that can respond well to sudden changes, when changes happen from one moment to the other. Because when you have an acquisition, you may have the need to integrate an organization that is either more mature or less mature than you are. Welcome, everybody. Generally, the situation is similar to OTP. We had a maturity assessment model that was provided to us by our parent company. It is a global model. It is based on our data architecture, whose components cover the processes that were introduced by Mátyás. So under the data architecture, we have the full data life cycle and the systems in different stages, our internal, external data sources and usage. And in addition to that, we have also support data governance components, including information security systems, data quality systems, GDPR GDPR-related systems and hardcore data governance components such as data vocabularies, term bases, and on a 5-scale system. So using the scale of 5, we assessing our position, and this is a KPI for our data strategy that we want to make progress in this assessment. Today's value is 3.8 on the scale of 5, and our target is 4.6 on this scale of 5, and in the different fields, we have a different level of development, but we want the whole system to reach a maturity level that guarantees an adequate data quality and that can help us create value with our data asset management. Thank you for the invitation. I'm the odd one out in this panel because our data strategy or our data maturity is at a very high level, and we have a statutory obligation. And there was an act in 2023 that established the National Data Agency, realizing the need or the importance of databases and data. Our responsibilities include support for government decision making, and we should also support market players. And the government realized that the database decision making is used to work at the Central Statistical Office in the early 2010s, and then we kept browsing the stat databases and obtain important information from the datastat databases, but due to the development of data capacities and data systems, we have to comply with GDPR requirements and GDPR-related legal requirements, and also customs related and other confidentiality regulations. And what if there was an organization that accesses energy data that would provide data both for the government and market players? So all in all, our responsibility at the authority is that we have the right and responsibility to connect these data to each other while complying with GDPR and other market requirements, and provide data to support decisions. The most difficult part is the legislative part, and legislative tasks have already been completed. Now IT development is underway. We have a system where we can accept market orders, market requests, and in the longer run, we want to provide fast computing capacity and a real-time data provision to our customers.
So yeah.
So what, if you ask me where we are right now, what is our current position, whether we are at 4.3 or 5.2 on average, so it depends on where you put the dots on the curve. So the most important thing is standard deviation, because if we are lucky, then the standard deviation is 1 to 2%, because then our organizations are at about the same level. So if we connect the dots, but if some organizations are far ahead and the others are lagging behind, we have a high standard deviation. It is like the measurement error, or there is a major problem, because then the data management capabilities are very different within the company. It can generate major trouble, and it is very difficult to manage for the company management. Luckily, we have a good standard deviation, but at a group level, within the group, there is a high diversity of maturity levels within the group. So companies are far ahead. So some OTP group members are we won't be able to measure them on the scale of 7 because they are ahead the curve, and some other companies, OTP group companies, are just very low on the set, a very low level on the same scale, and their group is likely to be further expanding. So in the near future, we will be present in more than 11 countries. So, and it will just create an entirely new situation for us. But we have to measure progress compared to the companies themselves. And at a group level, we have these two major aspects. First, we made analysis where we assessed 12 banks, including Mercantile Bank. So we have 11 countries, but 12 banks, including the Mercantile Bank. So based on the individual aspects, we try to assess. And we have dots at roughly the same place, and then we make a curve. And within, we say that we have this group of dots, and when we check whether we have an outlier where a dot is far from the other dots, and we identified 4 situations when we have an outlier. This is backward outlier when their company is lagging behind compared to their own position. So to address this issue, we created a discussion for medium and senior managers within the OTP group, and we set up 4 working groups based on DAMA model, and these working groups proved to be efficient because when we try to identify best practices at a group level, and we could learn from each other, and we shared the solutions that proved to be useful to address the issues within the bank. Our member banks just adopted these best practices, and they applied shortcuts, and these member banks could ask the right questions, the right people, and with these solutions we could accelerate the process. So the laggards could reduce their gaps, and we proved to be very efficient. And then these lagging, the member banks that were lagging behind made fast progress, and based on business requirements and strategic goals, they are always far ahead of you, and it should also be addressed because it should be evaluated whether you really need all data in real time, whether you really need to set very high data quality expectations. But if you are willing to compromise, that may be enough and easier to fulfill. I think that we made good progress in this field in the recent years.
Just for the note to understand, if you once did, what were the extremes? If this might have overall relevance for others. Data quality self-service use of data in connection with BI capabilities, data management processes in general, we clustered them, and cloud readiness. So the preparedness of a company. Actually, we're not expecting data to be resided in the cloud. For some entities, it's not possible, but they should have an architecture, data architecture, and they should use solutions that would enable them to put their data in a cloud. And this is important because it gives a clear picture. Thank you. Gergő Okos also mentioned, and we heard it in the keynote speech, and many speakers mentioned that this whole topic of data asset management is not a technical issue, but more of a mindset issue. What do you think about this? Where are you? To what extent does your entity or organization accept that you have to deal with this topic? And so think about the top management. Do your highest executives accept this, or your partner departments and partner organizational units and users who use the data? So from these three angles, please tell me who understands it, who doesn't, who is for it or who is against it. What do you think? Laci, please. Thank you. Data set management has this key question. If you cannot give a good answer to that, your success, even if it's not guaranteed, but you're very close to it. In the data using organizations, we have an ordained data organizational unit who is responsible for data governance. A company cannot do it alone in itself. It needs to cooperate with other organizational units who use data, harmonize data, and clean data. In the structure, organizational structure, this ordained organization unit can be at any level. But for this to work properly, there is a need for a top management mandate that puts this data management responsibility to the right level. If it is done, the next difficult question to answer is the changing of the mindset. If there are silos, data management silos in the organization regarding the processing of data. And this can be painful because if you do not have clear-cut objectives, if you don't make general principles widely accepted, then you can have organizational units and you can have managers who feel that their room for maneuvering is limited. And they might say that, and what's more important is that how we can have an overarching set of rules or policies in the organization that give benefits to all organizational units involved. And the benefits here include more transparent management of organizational data, better access to cleaner data along better policies and internal control procedures that can clearly regulate responsibilities and scopes of responsibilities. So to sum it up, I think there is a commitment needed at the top management level. There is a need for mindset change, and you need one organizational unit with the necessary competencies to be a champion in this. Thank you. Thank you. I think you've covered everything that I wanted to say, or I would say. As for our organization, MVM, the Hungarian Electricity Works, without an IT support, you cannot do this. You have to have it, because this will, otherwise this would seem a sabotage work. And you need the support from the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer. It has a long-term payoff, so you have to ask the owner to provide this budget. But it's difficult to find the right position for the data management officer. The MVM group has 109 organizational units, and you need someone, and we have it, who is responsible for that. And at the member companies, you also have to have someone who makes sure that this is executed. Again, without top management support, this is not manageable, and you have to have experts who are neither IT people nor financials, but they are using data according to their own needs, and they understand that they need to have high-quality data. And we have good BI systems, and not only hardware and software are part of it, but the people with the necessary skills and competencies. And we have to provide training, ongoing training to them. Thank you. I absolutely agree with what you have said so far. Top management support is clear. At the OTP group, we are in a lucky position that Peter Csányi was the director of this organization, and I don't need to explain from here that whether we have utmost top management support or not. Yes, we have. You've covered everything, I think. The only thing I want to add is perhaps I want to mention where you can measure what our approach is like with this, and this is data quality. If we say that you have to understand that you're responsible for data quality, and when you identify your own need and it's clear, or you have you are sitting in an organization where you want to find who is responsible for data quality, and once you find it, he will solve all problems. So these are the two extremes, and there are many levels in between. And as Lottie said, this means that a mindset change is necessary, and to break down silos doesn't mean that you take away jobs, but it means that you can be more efficient. We are, I think, in a blissful state. The strategy management area is reporting directly to the CEO. So we have the necessary top management support. Not only the CEO, but the entire board is absolutely supporting that. The top management clearly needs appropriate data quality management. Our peers understand the importance of it too. Of course, everyone has their own KPIs and objectives, but it's important to find the common benefits that once we identify, we can cooperate to achieve. And at lower levels, at expert levels, we often find issues that we've already said. We need to find the experts who operate this system in real life and who take the administrative burdens, because otherwise this will not work. And they can have additional resource needs if this is the case, we have sometimes resistance. As an insurance company, we are data-driven by definition and by design. We couldn't work properly if we didn't use data well. We work with statisticians and mathematicians and actuaries. They have high expert knowledge, and we have to find a common language in this community of experts, and this raises some challenges. They have to understand the same definitions. They have to understand DAMA, and we have to be able to build all insurance components. Just a very brief addition. I'm lucky to teach in higher education, and you mentioned many critical points, and I think one of the critical points is that in higher education, maths and actuaries are trained at the Faculty of Economics, and based on my experience, I can say that I was one of the last CEO of Hungarian transport companies, Volán, bus or coach companies, and then we had a certain task, and we didn't understand whether it's part of the faculty of financial department or IT department or engineering, and IT people usually say that the business should say whether we need to build a data warehouse and who is responsible. The chief financial officer is saying that we need computing resources, then we need to collect data, and we need to store those data. And the technical guys say that, okay, data is important for me because I need to understand about maintenance, etc. And I can do preventive maintenance and to make an inventory of spare parts. What happens if we don't have a spare parts supply for 3 or 4 years ahead, but our cash is reserved? So mindset is important. In higher education, this is missing. Banks are in a fortunate situation because they have to work prudentially, and they already have this mindset. But in other manufacturing companies or in production places, this interdisciplinary know-how is not always available. And I think this is the key. This is critical, whether we can train students in universities who have this interdisciplinary thinking and they can be employed at companies. Sometimes you don't need creative knowledge. I used to teach statistics, and 15 to 20 years ago, students didn't attend lectures. We need to just rename the departments to AI and students will appear, surely. The students now understand the key definitions, data representativity. And sometimes we have struggles with that, but it's good to have these interdisciplinary thinking back. But I'm sure that higher education or academy should be flexible, and even if you're an IT people, you should have some economic knowledge, and even if you're an engineer and you are responsible for collecting data, you should think about preventive maintenance and data warehousing and some financial skills too. Just let me add one sentence to that, Gabor. Sorry, thank you for the opportunity. Dear Vince, I'm really happy to hear this, that you put training, education on the table. because when we started to deal with data asset management, this was a key issue. We knew where we wanted to get to. We didn't always know where we were, but these crumbs of knowledge, these pieces of know-how, we had to gather. And in data management, data asset management in the early 2020s, it was a buzzword like fintech. There were huge expectations. We more or less knew what it meant, but not at great depth. And we had to develop knowledge centers or knowledge hubs from where we could distribute knowledge or share knowledge. And from a data management point of view, I have the same expectation. 10 years ago, when we were talking about data scientists, it was really a novel thing. But today, data scientists are sitting in every data management department, and it's a minimum requirement to be able to run a SQL report or to create any kind of report. And in data-driven or data-using organizations, I expect the same, or I predict the same thing for the next period. And DAMA as a model is a very helpful tool in that. Thank you. This was going to be my next question, and Laci just ran ahead. Let's share some stories. My experience shows that at most companies there is a champion who starts to deal with data management because they understand the need of it, and sometimes they are just saying it as a mantra and they repeat the importance, and after a while there's a breakthrough and they gather a momentum. I want to hear stories from you which support that, and let me share my story. I'm not revealing secrets here, but a large gaming company, I can't name names, but a large game manufacturer, game vendor, an international company. The Hungarian guy was the CDO in the Danish headquarters, and he said that their breakthrough happened when someone had the idea to say that data is a product, and they are a product manufacturing company, and if you're such company, you have to assure data quality, and you have to monitor that. And from that moment, everyone understood the importance of data management. So my question to you, at your companies, at your organizations, have you experienced similar breakthroughs? At MVM, Hungarian Electricity Works, that was triggered by an external impetus. Someone heard at a conference or was told a joke, or I've been listening to these stories for 20 years. It's difficult to say that from tomorrow you will start to operate driven by data, but a DAMA open day or the presentation of a consulting company who talks about the Gartner life cycle, these are the external triggers. And after that, you need to find the person who is maybe not perfect, but is good enough to manage expectations. Data management people usually spend 1 or 2 years at a company on average, but it's difficult to build up an entire system within 2 years. And perhaps one short story I'd like to share. Quite a few years back, a top management asked us what our data were like and what we were doing with them. It's relatively easy to answer this question if you have a data record system where you can make inquiries. But only data owners had their own separated record system in clusters. And with the hindsight, in retrospect, I now think that this question might have been a catalyst, a trigger to help us start to think along data management lines. Data asset management is never ready at an organization, but this triggered our organization and put us on the journey.
If you want stories, let me share one with you. Previously in my career, I was an advisor, consultant, and I had projects at several companies. They had a view of these companies from the inside and from the outside. And the heads of the different corporate functions just always had debates about responsibilities. Who should be responsible for what? Who should be responsible for data quality? Who to blame if there are no data, if data quality is poor? And after these long debates, the organization decided that they wanted to have a DCO. And they hired someone and who was in a position for 6 months, and then he was removed because he was blamed by the organization. So he was the scapegoat whenever there was a quality issue. And then me and my colleagues, had a discussion on what to do with this chief data officer, because this chief data officer just was not assertive enough. And that organization felt that this was a pressing issue, that they have to do something about their data, but they were in a state of denial, and they didn't want to have chief data officer. They just wanted to have a scapegoat, a person who they can blame for everything. And when there are just constant discussions about responsibilities and nobody is willing to take responsibility, it leads nowhere, because every executive, every manager has to take responsibility for the data, even if they are not in a data management position. And until an organization realizes and accepts this, you can not do much. Because this is also an evolutionary process when you and everybody understands the importance of data, and it is very difficult to reach that stage when everybody is willing to take responsibility for data. I think the most difficult part is that when you are internally within an organization and you hear these arguments and you keep saying your mantra, and they either don't believe you or they don't support you. And when your members of the organization understand the importance of data, it is when you, as if you were just starting to fill up a glass, and nobody believes that the glass is full. And when it spills over, they see that there is water on the table, and they want to clean it, they want to mop it. And this is the stage when the organization no longer wants to find a scapegoat, but they will be committed to finding a solution. Because so at the beginning, it is difficult to make people understand that this is a relevant issue, and then then it is difficult because then you have to find a solution and put it in place. Let me add two practical examples. One is from the data user side and the other is related to data quality assurance. So my chief goal, in addition to compliance, is to generate value and then to ensure data quality for our organization. When we had a breakthrough that was preceded by a process of 3 or 4 years, that there was a BI platform is implemented that included the contents of all reports, and it was a structured data warehouse, and it was a major cultural change. So we had to give up our previous culture and introduce a new culture, and we had to eliminate old practices, because in the past our managers and executives were fighting about numbers. They always said that everybody said that they have the best analytic teams, and they had different versions of truth. And we needed to have senior management support and commitment to achieve that breakthrough, and executive managers to be willing to give up their old reporting processes, give up their old practices, and accept a new platform. Now this platform has 400 users, which means that it is used not only by senior management, but our users they come from the expert level. As for data quality, it is more related to data governance and back office operations. Last year, all AI models were mapped into a data process, and when we could show that this AI model, this is a machine learning-based model, and when we could drill down to input data and when we identified errors in the system, it gave a wow. It created a wow impression even for the most experienced data scientist. When you can drill down and evaluate metadata at a very deep level, this generates extra information to the most expert level, to the highest level users. Well, at my previous workplace, when I worked for a transport company, bus company, Volan, and when I joined them, I asked them to give me the data, to give me the figures. We were a nationwide company. We run buses all over the company. I asked for traffic optimization data. I wanted to check how efficient our bus schedules were. I was given loads and loads of Excel tables, and so I started processing these Excel data, and I identified a saving opportunity of 10%, which would have reduced driver headcount by 5%. Then I presented this data to the trade union leader. He was not happy, and he said that, well, within the organization, when we want to make a database decision, it is always about the efficient or optimum allocation of resources. And sometimes you have a headcount reduction as a result. You have to give people the sack, and it created tension within the company. And for this, we needed senior management support, because if you want to lay people off, you need senior management support, no doubt. And well, more recently, we created some surveys with the tax authority. The head of the tax authority is a mathematician, and well, And we had a project when we had to identify, we had to assess the distribution, the price distribution of prescription drugs and over-the-counter drugs at a national level. And we could collect all the data from the cash registers of pharmacies, and this gave us a very clear view of for the price distribution for over-the-counter products. And it helped us identify market concentration, whether there was a risk of the emergence of some monopolies or oligopolies at a national level. And we also had to assess whether it was fair and just in the market, whether so that it was proved that the market economy was working in Hungary. So we had to identify whether there is a major difference in prices, whether health policy should intervene if the price of a non-prescription drug is very different in a central district of Budapest and in a small village somewhere in the eastern side of Hungary. And this data had to be analyzed. And another example from healthcare, the buying of non-prescription drugs. Some patients are not willing to buy their drugs in the pharmacy, because if they have a prescription and they just redeeming the prescription in the pharmacy. And this is a major policy issue, how to educate patients who are not willing to collect their and take their prescribed pharmaceuticals. And here we had this wow impression. And those of you who deal with data, you are familiar with this response. You need to be able to reach a level of abstraction to understand the real meaning behind data. When you have BI table, you have curves and graphs, and here you can make decision makers understand that it makes sense to analyze data within the organization, because it can have some practical results. And well, the last round of comments. Now, my question is, what is the most important factor that will result in progress in data management? AI will be such a major factor, because you need good quality data to be able to train your AI model. Or when the data culture is developing and you have more and more data demand from the users, when service providers are under pressure from their users because they want more data and better quality data. And the third issue I'd like to raise, we have changes in the regulatory framework, and it also puts organizations under pressure, and where there are many other factors that could be mentioned. What is the most important factor in your market, in your specific segment? Well, ladies first. So at the CBO forum, the role of AI was discussed, and the AI is a major engine for progress. It is a major factor. And let me highlight a different aspect. Today, several speakers, several presentations had speakers from Lechner Knowledge Center and their data. In our changing world, I think third-party data sources have an increasing role. Sometimes they're even more important than our own in-house generated data. earlier, when our company has 193 years of history, so we have many legacy data and legacy data systems. But for us, the major innovation or novelty is that we want to feed up-to-date third-party data into our systems, and that generally insurance companies present in many insurance fields, including agricultural insurance, geospatial data were widely discussed today. And for us, weather data, meteorology data are equally important, and data related to soil quality and to crop quantities, crop predictions. So from high-value database sets, we are always trying to find new external data sources and integrate these third-party data into our systems, because these data are sometimes in a different format. They are provided with a different frequency, and we need to integrate these data into our internal processes and allocate the right storage capacity, which generates new challenges for us related to cloud management, for example. So in addition, other than AI, I would mention this process. Well, can I also mention AI? Am I allowed to mention AI? And in addition to AI, I think that the related transformation is also a major factor. I think they will come. They will get more emphasis in the future. The simplification of processes has been on the agenda for some time, and when you have two companies and you want to integrate their processes, then their differences in data management are getting painful. And when you add an AI solution or an agentic solution, then you will have even more challenges for integration. OTP does not have such a long history. We were established only 76 years ago. I don't know how old your data warehouse is. Our data warehouse is more than 25 years of age, and the complexity in this data warehouse, and well, it is only for the Hungarian bank. It creates major challenges for us that we try to overcome. And as Gergő mentioned in his keynote address in the morning, we are moving our analytic processes into the cloud, and the main reason is not that we want it to be faster or cheaper, but the key driver behind this cloud migration is that we want to put our data in order, and we want to give data using areas the opportunity to utilize the data. We want to provide lower level access to data to them. We want to give them more freedom in how they utilize this data. So we are trying to democratize data use. Well, I could mention data mesh concept or the like, but well, in fact, we create data products that they can use and build on, and we want them to use data in a standardized manner. We want them to add metadata to help others navigate, and we want them to make their data reusable, because reusability is critical to improve data utilization. And we have black belt data users and data managers. in the given business areas. They are the specialists of the different business functions, and I think they have a better understanding of their special field than we have. So we don't want to be their service providers at all levels, but we want to give them access to the data at the appropriate level and share their findings with the organization. I want to highlight several aspects, not only one aspect. That we see is that everybody needs more and more data. We have to make very wise decisions when we generate new data and when we assess the purpose of where these data are going to be used for, whether it makes sense to generate this data, manage this data, and store this data. So we need wisdom for data management, and we need more wisdom in the future in this field. Second, decision-making is increasingly data-based or data-driven, as it was said by several people today. And we want to make good decisions faster and faster. And as a result, the data management from data generation to data processing, this time window is getting shorter and shorter. So I think they will have major technology progress is expected to reduce the length of this data window, and at the end result of this reduction should improve the efficiency of our decisions. So I think we should be wise, we should have wisdom, and we shouldn't want too much. I mean, we should be careful about setting our goals.
Let me connect to that. Lots of you said at the beginning that for the decision we need these and these things. Of course, these have a cost impact and they can pollute the environment. And AI might also be a hype, but I think that humanity needs to make an increasing number of decisions, and in an ideal state, these decisions will be data-driven, and we have to think about data storage. But this cannot be the asset of a limited amount of people, but we should provide access to experts. And I'm always optimistic. I hope that we will develop into that direction in the future. What we can see in the intent of the legislator, I'm convinced that governments are always responsible for providing public services and utilities. In continental Europe, government has an important role in connecting data because public entities collect the largest amount of data. And if you want to build a good model, we need to resolve the problem of aggregated data and if too much noise in the model. And for traditional reasons, in Europe, we are in a lucky situation, unlike the Anglo-Saxon world, that we still have large databases. And these databases are connected. And our organization was set up to connect these and name these databases and run various AI models and learning algorithms and make these accessible to private companies, market players. There are a lot of clever people in the US, and they have spent enormous amounts of money on developing AI. And this means that these people might know something that we should also know. And why I think this AI step is important. There are a lot of financial people here. It's the market for lemon problem. How market economy manages asymmetrical information. What if we had a real-time database where we could compare certain goods always? Certain players enhance competition, there would be no asymmetrical information, and prices could go lower. And so I'm convinced that in the next 5 to 10 years, the entire AI-based decision-making will be transformed into public service. In the same way as with financial prudence, we will get to this point, and the EU has to grow up to be able to manage that. If we will not be able to provide this information, someone else will. So I'm sure that everyone will learn based on US and Chinese data, and we shouldn't have any doubts that the advertising market will grow, and the pharmaceutical industries, and again, Europe will lag behind. And one of the favorite innovations will be used if you have 2 or 3 years old sons and daughters. You have to spend a lot of money on yogurt, and in the EU should be more open to innovation, I think. But if you lag behind in information or data-based decision-making, you will have to rely on Chinese data and US data, and we will not be competitive enough. Thank you. These contributions were really interesting, and this last set of answers was especially interesting. I want to get back to the Hungarian novelist, Mr. Erkény. So you have to close the valve, you have to put the extinguisher back on the wall, but I can hear that there's still something to do with this extinguisher, which is in our hands. Thank you for your contributions, and thank you for your patience. Thank you very much indeed. So we want to provide some time for Q&A, for a short Q&A session, as with at the end of all sessions. So if you have any questions, please let us know, and we will give you the mic. And I'm sure someone will have questions. It's not switched on. Thank you. I have a question. I need your experience regarding the position of CDO. Is it an internal employee or an external person who supports the management? Which is the better solution? At a strategic management level, which is better? To have someone delegated from within? Is this question directed to anyone, any panelist, or? I think you can start it from within, but you have to gather all stakeholders. So it should be someone from within, an in-house person, just as a quick answer based on my experience. And you can do it by inviting someone from the outside. I was the BI champion for Barclays 15 years ago. Someone external doesn't have a room for maneuvering. He's just a mercenary. A CDO must be a champion or an evangelist. He or she has to have a longer tenure, 1.5 years or 2 years, and then they will have a predecessor and will help the company to climb higher in this journey. This was my short answer. I agree with that. This was a major dilemma for us, how to do this. I want to add, though, that my position as a CDO is not full. I'm responsible for data governance, and I'm a former auditor, internal auditor, and former inspector. So this person must have a process knowledge, a business strategy knowledge, has to have a network, has to know many people within the organization. So therefore, we must find the experts, the decision makers, who will help to make the system widely accepted. And the technology angle must be understood, of course, and whether we rely on external consultants or we hire someone for this position as an insider position. This is my 4th year as CDO at the company, so I think it was a good decision that I was promoted from within the company. I hope I provided benefits to the company, and not someone from the outside told them what to do. I also agree with what was said. I think this is an internal position with high responsibilities, and it's true that this is more of an evangelist role. You have to spread the word. As the story is described by the model, has a learning curve. We are happy if this person is visible in the organization, and everyone understands that that person is responsible for data management. And it's good to have a dotted line reporting to the CEO. Previously, it's not good that a larger organizational unit owns this, because this is a team sport. Everyone must be represented, and coordination between the organizational units is difficult. And if it reaches the maturity level, then this person must be a board member. But it's difficult to have someone sit on the board from the outside. The entire organizational culture must reach a maturity level too. I'd like to add 2 more things. The CDO, the title is often understood and interpreted as Chief Diplomacy Officer. But it's true in that sense that that person must be a good diplomat. It's difficult to be done from the outside, someone from the outside. Someone just referred to it quickly. There was a CDO forum organized by DOMO. We have a lot of experts, but this CDO forum is a working group where the data officers responsible for data at companies participate. And when we asked members to introduce themselves, and it turned out that only one person had the official title CDO. All the others had different names for different titles. It was just among their responsibilities. So organizations must have a clear understanding of this, of the importance of CDO. Any other questions? Balázs, do you want me to... How should we manage with time? Should we close down the QA? Okay, I ask a question. Do you know any organization where the person in the CDO role was had a digitization role previously? So my question is as follows. We can see heads of institutions, but my question is, if you are given an external help, someone, a fairy would help your everyday work at your company. So what would this help look like? Connecting back to what was said in previous panels, as we said, we are developing other models, prediction models, which can provide benefits to the whole nation or national economy, or we are working out property insurance models for elementary risks and hazards caused by extreme weather. And during our activities, we see a lot of data quality problems. And it's not only related to the accuracy of addresses, but as a citizen, the exact position of that building is more important than the address. And the local notaries are important in this regard. So if I could say that I have this desire to have a data quality improvement process that cleans these basic core databases, which are important for urban development, for transport improvement, and these database improvements could support users, so more accurate addresses, land register numbers for assigned to given buildings. And when we want to assess risks and hazards as an insurance company, for example, for flood, the likelihood of floods and the damage caused by floods, that would be important. So if we have 1 million clients, and it would be great if the official database could be cleaner. So that's my only desire to this fairy. I'm really happy to see this data maturity model shown by Mátyás. I think this should be promoted. And when you reach a given maturity, the next question is, how should we start this? How should we further improve? And there's another expert who brings in another model, and we understand their agenda. They might have different agendas. And the other thing that can happen is that the organization finds it difficult to assess their own maturity. And I think that Mátyás and his team's maturity model is really helpful in that. That we could share this assessment at every company, and this would be a very useful exercise because it would provide a clear picture to every organization. I think each and every one of us in this panel is involved in education in one way or another. We are helping adults. Some people are just helping members in their family. And I want to thank for this question. My wish, my desire is that when you get back to your workplace, think about the data footprint you have. And when you're an instructor or teacher at a university, this is a faculty of law, and it would be great if you could understand your own digital footprint in your own environment and think about ways to measure your own efficiency using objective KPIs. And you should think about the data you need for this purpose. And when you will teach would-be HR people or lawyers or marketing managers, you could help them to understand their own data footprint. And in 10 or 20 years' time, people who use Excel tables could be promote the interdisciplinarity of this data science. Your desires and wishes depend on the hammer you have in your hands. At the central bank, the Hungarian National Bank is collecting data about companies too. We have cost center areas, but they are not always in the focus of business thinking, but they have tasks that they have to implement. And if I could have one wish or desire, I would wish to those data service providers who to provide their data in an automated manner with minimum resource demand, but in a high quality that is expected in data management. I will be very profane and simple. More and more resources. I wish more and more resources. You picked 5 goldfishes, and I subscribe to all of them. I agree with Gergő especially, and what Zaki said. Even if Zaki hadn't mentioned it, I would have. I wish that an European cloud service provider should operate with a data center in Hungary. That's on the top of my wish list. Thank you very much. I think this is a very good ending for our panel. I want to thank for the panelists. Let's give them a big round of applause. And I want to thank you too. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the end of this conference. 2 more things before we invite you to a reception. Those who are online, now you can feel bad because you're not present, but those who stayed throughout the day, they deserve something. They deserve to have a snack before they leave. And now that this is the end of the Data Day conference, you can be glad that this is not a 24-hour event. Really, I thank you for staying with us throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 summary in the agenda, but me as the director of the Ereki Research Center, I want to thank your attendance, your presence today, and the presence of speakers. The topics were really wide, starting from ecclesiastical archives, through EU legislation, through municipalities' data management practice, through data management maturity assessment. And in this, during the day, we have seen that there is room for data centralization. It makes sense to pay to small organizational units. And even though we have large pyramids, the data that is created at the lowest level. And we have to think about that, especially if the person creating the data is a human being and if the person using the data is a citizen, is another human being. So we have to consider their needs and their roles. So human-centric approach is of utmost importance. It was clear throughout the day. Before I hand over to György Sánta, the head of Magyari György organization, I thought that it should not be me who summarize this day. So please, if you have a takeaway, even if just a sentence or just one thought that you take away with you, please share it before we start the reception. I have the mic, this mobile mic, so if you feel that there's one thought, one sentence that is really inspiring for you, we can spend 5 minutes on that. Please feel free. I encourage you to do so.
For me, it was very good to hear that municipalities have best practices, because so far I always heard that municipalities are lagging behind. They have loads of data, but they cannot manage them efficiently, and it seems that they can. Well, we are just warming up, so please share your takeaways. We shouldn't stop yet. For me, well, here in the end, well, I heard, I like this idea of having a European cloud service provider with a data center in Hungary. I support this idea. It is a very good idea, I think. Just last but one takeaway. Anybody? Or the last takeaway? Anybody else to comment? Then I would like to ask György Sánta to close the conference and invite you to our reception here outside in the lobby. Dear colleagues, we initially wanted Gábor Csomán, the secretary of our association, to close the event, but well, we had to change the plan. In the meantime, just what I should share with you now is that, well, what I want to tell you is that this organization is organized by Ereki István Public Law Research Center and the Magyari Zoltán Public Administration Science Association. So these are the two NGOs behind this event. And I just remembered a French comedy starring Christian Clavinet. I don't know whether you are familiar with the film Immature. There's a teacher, a history teacher, who always keeps talking about Napoleon all the time, and whenever he can say something, he wants to discuss Napoleon. So now let's, in the same manner, let's talk about Zoltán Magyari. You should know that he was a government commissioner assigned to modernize public administration, and in 1931 he was given this task, but well, he could not complete his modernization project. He was prevented from doing so. But in our processes as an NGO company, when I took over the management of this association 4 years ago, then Wikipedia wanted to delete our content because Wikipedia said that we were not relevant content. And now that we have the third data day organized, it seems that we are relevant indeed, because I'm very happy that I could organize this conference, be the co-host, and now being able to close this conference. So we are relevant. It is proven by the fact that we could organize this conference for the third time, and we are very motivated and we are enthusiastic to continue organizing this conference also in the future once a year. And we need time to digest all the interesting things that we heard today. And what I consider very important about the past few years, that now we have partnerships between two NGOs, and now we have a new partnership with Dama Hungary, with the local organization of the European Data Management Association. And thank you all for accepting our invitation, and I hope that this partnership will bring future results. If we want to set up a new national data ecosystem, this is what we need. Partnership is what we need, because these data silos have to be connected together, and this is how we create an integrated network similar to how mycelia work for mushrooms. So we want to have a mycelia network. And when I was outside in the lobby and heard you discussing things with each other, it seems that many of you had this wow feeling, this wow impression. We are now at law faculty, and this whole this is the first time that such a conference is hosted and that such presentations are delivered. I earned my PhD at this university. It took me 10 years. So this university is a place for improving yourself, and this is, well, it is a place for lengthy learning processes, and what we are doing here today is brings back these memories that we have. This is a story where you have cyclical improvements, and this is not very common with Hungarian programs. We sometimes fail to learn from our projects in Hungary and use our learnings for our next cycle. And what I heard today, that we have lawyers with us who participated in a digital lawyer training course at this university. And I don't want to talk much more. I want to thank the Hungarian Data Authority for attending this conference, and I was very happy that they supported this event with their personal presence, and I hope I want to thank the Faculty of Law and Political Science of Pázmány University for providing this nice venue for the conference, and we won't give up. We will continue and organize this conference again next year, and I hope to see you again at other forums in the meantime. And I'd like to invite you to our reception outside and the lobby. I think this dinner was so please come join us for the dinner. Bon appetit, and use this occasion also for some further networking to meet new colleagues. Thank you for your participation.